as my final thoughts for today, because maybe the next part of this episode will be in the new year. My final thoughts for today is that Joe Biden should go ahead and step down and make Kamala president. I think that would be hilarious. Of course, one of my things will not come true. And that is that if she became president right now, we would not break the record for number of former presidents alive. Unless she picked a new VP and then stepped down. So we still have a little bit of hope, guys. A little bit of hope.
The most controversial one was that he gave one to Hillary Clinton. Now, why would he give a Medal of Freedom to the woman that doomed the Democratic Party? Think about it. Think about where we would be without Hillary Clinton. Bernie Sanders wins the primary. Call this copium all you want. Bernie Sanders wins the primary in 2016. Goes on to win the presidency because he was polling well enough to pretty much beat Donald Trump in the polls, or in the election. Beats Trump in the election. Becomes President Bernie Sanders. Wins a second term. You know, the economy's doing great. Bernie's leaving office. Another socialist Democrat gets elected to take his place. Think about where we would be right now if we had Bernie. All these stupid fucking liberals and Democrats who go, think about where we would be right now, Madam Hillary Clinton at the end of her second term. Shut the fuck up. We'd be in the exact same spot that we're in now. Dude, the Democrats haven't done anything in the last few years. Anything. They haven't done anything worthwhile. The country feels the same way it did when Obama left office, if not worse. Everything's more expensive now. Why is my meal at Chick-fil-A a whole $1 more? Or $2 more, depending on where I am. Why is that? Why is a box of cereal $7? Why? Yeah, think of where we would be right now if we had President Bernie Sanders. Why Hillary Clinton deserves the Medal of Freedom, I don't know. She single-handedly tanked the Democratic Party. Why do the Democrats keep picking candidates that are just like her? They're like, let's pick a moderate, liberal Democrat. Run them. Historically unpopular. Obama winning the way that he did was because he ran on a progressive platform. Won re-election because people were somewhat satisfied-ish with his first term. Clinton loses because, one, people can't shut the hell up about her goddamn emails. And the October surprise of Comey reopening the investigation. People can't shut up about her because Fox News has been running the Benghazi story every year on 9/11 instead of talking about actual 9/11. You know, people are already caught up in all that. On top of that, you have her barely talk about policy. What policy positions did Clinton ever bring forward during that campaign? All Clinton ever brought up was like, we're going to shatter the glass ceiling. Pokemon, go to the polls. We want... I don't remember any policy positions other than just continuing what Obama was doing. Other than her saying we're going to keep Obamacare. Shocker. Didn't see that one coming. Her going, we're going to tax the rich. Really? What? Who could have seen that coming? Her saying all these things that the Obama administration was currently doing. Say something new, man. Say something new. So I don't know why she got the Medal of Freedom. I think she completely killed the Democratic Party. And the Democrats have been dragging its dead corpse, you know, this whole time. Oh my God. Oh my God. I need to look at this post. I need to look at it. Bring me this post. I need it. I need you guys to see this post. Here's what the Democrats have been up to. Chuck Schumer says he will work with Trump on renaming the Gulf of Mexico to Gulf of America if Trump will work with Democrats on lowering costs. Why are the Democrats so allergic to killing a Republican administration? The Republicans have been strangling the Democratic Party to death for years now. The Republican Party has literally been murdering and beating the dead body of the Democratic Party for like over a decade. You know, look at how Mitch McConnell pulled some shit out of his ass with the whole we're not going to confirm your Supreme Court pick because you're a lame duck president. Where does it say constitutionally that that's allowed? Where does it say that? That makes no sense. Look at how Mitch McConnell held up the Senate for so long. Why do the Democrats never just play dirty? Why do they never do that? Push the legal system to its limit, man. Do whatever you want. What's going to happen to you? We've already seen there's virtually no such thing as consequences for government officials. Go all out. What are you going to lose? Yeah, they're passing the Laken Riley Act with like soaring colors in the House and the Senate. Our boy John Ossoff. What are you doing? Why? My senator passing this racist bill. This bill that basically says you can accuse any person of color of committing a crime, pretty much. My senator. In a bill that has been taking this murder victim's name and dragging it for political points. Using her name for political points within the Republican Party. Ugh. It's so gross. Apparently holding up a sign that said, "This isn't normal." Wow, nice protesting, guys. What is this? Who is this? Oh, nice. A Paramount ad. Oh, my favorite. This is the Democratic response to Trump's address to the joint session. I have not seen this. This goes to show you that the old ways of like, oh, we're giving the Tea Party response to the President Obama's address. You know, this old style of doing this, young people just don't see it.
So I promise to be a lot shorter than what you just watched. I won't take it personally if you've never heard of me. I'm the new senator from the great state of Michigan, where I grew up. I've been in public service my entire
She's new? Oh, shit. Okay.
life because I happened to be in New York
Democrats.
City on 9/11 when the Twin Towers came down. Before the smoke cleared, I knew I wanted.
What is this even about? Hold on. I lost track of what we're even doing here.
Entire life because I happened to be in New York City on 9/11 when the Twin Towers came down. Before the smoke cleared, I knew I wanted to make a life in national security. I was recruited by the CIA and did 3 tours in Iraq alongside the military.
What? What? This is who the Dems chose? CIA Alyssa Slotkin? What? Are you serious? They went We're going to pick the CIA military woman? Oh my God. 3 tours in Iraq. The war in Iraq. The least popular of the 2 wars that we fought in the Middle East after 9/11. Arguably the most, looked down upon invasion we did in the last 30 years. Oh my goodness. What a pick. What the fuck are we doing? What are the Democrats doing? Oh my God. You could have get rid of the Chiron everything. You could have said, this is the Republican rhino response to the Trump address. I'd believe you. I've never seen her before. I don't know anything about her. This is crazy. You could have told me and I would have been like, yeah, I would believe it. This is a Republican. Oh my God. Do run her on the next ballot. President J.D. Vance, here we come. Good Lord. Good Lord.
In between, I worked at the White House under President Bush and President Obama.
Oh.
2 very different leaders who both believed that America is exceptional.
Oh my God. Glazing Bush in the Democratic response. Oh, we're so cooked.
You can find that same sense of patriotism here in Wyandotte, Michigan, where I'm speaking from tonight.
Sure.
It's a working class town just south of Detroit. President Trump and I both won here in November.
Don't remind me.
It might not seem like it, but plenty of places like this still exist across the United States. Places where people believe that if you work hard and play by the rules, you should do well and your kids should do better.
Oh, God. I have to remind myself I'm not like everybody else in this country. That indeed, there are people that genuinely still think the American dream is alive and well. If you play by the rules. Oh my God.
It reminds me of how I grew up. My dad was a lifelong Republican, my mom a lifelong Democrat.
Oh, it doesn't get any more centrist than this. Oh Lord, the DNC is still trying to spin the we're centrist Republicans, you can vote for us, please. We're centrist. Oh my God, I thought the DNC dropped this. I like the new responses we're getting. Fuck this shit. I like the that representative that called Marjorie Taylor Greene a bad butch built body. Her saying "go fuck yourself" in response to that reporter, loved that. The DNC chairman saying "go to hell" in response to Trump. I loved all of this. All of these responses were great. I don't like this. This is bad. This is really bad. I don't like the whole patriotism angle. They should have learned with John Kerry that doesn't work, which is crazy that I'm saying that because that was 20 years ago. Also crazy that 20 years after John Kerry tried and failed the patriotism angle, they then tried that again with Harris, and it also didn't work because people don't like that shit.
But it was never a big deal because we had shared values that were bigger than any one party. We just went through another fraught election season.
Yeah, shared values, like Democrats being like, hey, maybe our healthcare should be free, and Republicans being like, we should kill every Muslim in the entire Western world. Yeah, shared values like that.
Americans made it clear that prices are too high and that the government needs to be more responsive to their needs. America wants change, but there's a responsible way to make change and a reckless way. And we can make that change without forgetting who we are as a country and as a democracy. So that's what I'm going to lay out tonight. Because whether you're from Wyandotte or Wichita, most Americans share 3 core beliefs: that the middle class is the engine of our country, that strong national security protects us from harm, and that our democracy, no matter how messy, is unparalleled and worth fighting for.
What is this obsession with bringing up national security? I haven't heard jack shit about anything national security related lately. Like, why is she bringing that up? Is it just because she's the CIA plant in the Democratic Party? And that's why she did 3 tours in Iraq, according to what she just said. Is that why she keeps bringing up national security? What part of Trump's speech? I didn't watch it, so I don't know. I'm being genuine. What part of his speech had anything to do with national security? That's not the thing that people are worried about. People are worried about their grocery prices skyrocketing and them not having secure employment and like not being able to afford food. Like, that's the things that people are worried about. Economics, like, how am I going to put dinner on the table for my family or just afford to eat that night? Healthcare is a big one that people care about in this country statistically. Women's reproductive healthcare rights. People care about these things far more than they give a shit about foreign policy. You know, but Biden talked about NATO and all that crap, all that foreign policy garbage, and people did not care. It did not resonate with voters. It was like 3% of what voters cared about. And guess what? It didn't win them the election because Kamala Harris took the NATO line, kept pushing the NATO crap after the DNC, and guess what? She didn't win. So clearly nobody really cared that much about NATO, which is what they talked the most about.
Let's start with the economy.
Thank you. Let's start with the economy.
Literally invented the middle class. The
Lord.
revolutionary idea that you could work at an auto plant and afford the car you were building. That's the American dream. And in order to expand and protect the middle class, we have to do a few basic things. We need to bring down the price of things we spend the most money on: groceries, housing, healthcare. We need to make more things in America with good-paying union jobs and bring our supply chains back home from places like China.
Hey, don't bring up healthcare if you're a Democrat. The DNC might murder you on the spot.
We need to give American businesses the certainty they need to invest and create the jobs of the future. And we need a tax system that's fair for people who don't happen to make $1 billion. Look, the president talked a big game on the economy, but it's always important to read the fine print. So, do his plans actually help Americans get ahead? Not even close.
Wow. Oh, surprised. Didn't think she was going to say that. I'm done watching this. This is pissing me off. I'm so over it. I'm so over it. I'm so over the polite politics shit. I literally said to someone the other day, the only way Trump would ever get impeached is if he took a Trump loyalist, a Republican congressman that everyone loved, took him on TV, and then murdered him in front of everybody. It's the only way he'd get impeached, and it'd be by a slim margin.
Thursday, March 13th. So the New York Times has annotated excerpts from the chat, it seems. That's weird. Look at this. Michael Waltz. Team establishing a principals group for coordination on Houthis, particularly for over the next 72 hours. My deputy, Alex Wong, is pulling together a tiger team at the deputy/agency chief of staff level, following up from the meeting in the sit room this morning for action items, and will be sending that out later this evening. Please provide the best staff POC from your team for us to coordinate with over the next couple days and over the weekend. And they start listing off different, people. Oh, content of the message was not published by The Atlantic. Oh, shit. Why didn't they want to reveal John Radcliffe's pick? That's weird. Maybe it's a classified service member. That I've seen that a lot, apparently, that there was a lot of classified service members mentioned. Friday, March 14th, the day that craps fries. Team, you should have a statement of conclusions with taskings per the president's guidance this morning in your high side inboxes. State Department and Department of Defense. We developed suggested notification lists for regional allies and partners. God, imagine like logging into your war account and like clicking the notification bell in the corner. Here's your tasking for the day. JD, I didn't read the Joint Staff is sending this AM a more specific sequence of events in the coming days, and we'll work with the Department of Defense to ensure that the COS, the OVP, and the President are briefed. JD Vance put something in here. I am out for the day doing an economic event in Michigan, but I think we are making a mistake. 30% of U.S. trade runs through the Suez. 40% of European trade does. Bro, what is going on? Okay, Vance. Fuck. 40% of European trade does. There's a real risk that the public doesn't understand this and why it's necessary. The strongest reason to do this, as POTUS said, to send a message. I'm not sure the president is aware how inconsistent this is with his message on Europe right now. There's a further risk that we see a moderate to severe spike in oil prices. Whoa. JD Vance should have been the president. If I'm, let's say I'm a Republican, because like JD Vance is still a monster, but let's say I'm a Republican and I wanted to carry out all these plans. JD Vance should have been the president. This I have seen time and time again. This man acts just like George Bush. He is the most president-coded VP I've ever seen. He's the only normal person in that room. Normal, quote unquote, in comparison to other Republicans in the administration. Him saying, I'm not sure the president is aware how inconsistent this is with his message on Europe right now. Oh, why is the dog barking? That's a crazy thing to say. You know, I wonder what Trump thinks of this. He's the only official, I believe, that can't be fired from the administration. Like, you can't just fire the VP. So it's definitely an interesting thing to read. Joe Kent says, there's nothing time sensitive driving the timeline. We'll have the exact same options in a month. The Israelis will likely take strikes and therefore ask us for more to replenish whatever they use against the Houthis, but that's a minor factor. I will send you the unclassified data we pulled on the BAM shipping. Whoa. From CIA perspective, we are mobilizing assets to support now, but a delay would not negatively impact us. An additional time would be used to identify better starting points for coverage on Houthi leadership. Whoa, dude. Pete Hegseth. Interesting. Very tough to know how they play out. Economy, Ukraine, peace deal, Gaza, etc. Bro, oh my gosh. Bro's sucking it hard. Tricks on it even. I think messaging is going to be tough no matter what. Nobody knows who the Houthis are, which is why we would need to stay focused on 1, Biden failed, and 2, Iran funded. Oh, weird. Waiting a few weeks. Dude, they're obsessed with Biden. I think I literally saw someone say that the leaked group chat thing is Biden's fault. And I'm like, how? I've yet to see any evidence that the Biden administration has done this. Has had an unsecured group chat with classified information being discussed in it. About war plans, by the way. So is he no longer the peaceful dove president, Trump? Like, is he going to declare war on another nation? doesn't make any sense. Waiting a few weeks or a month does not fundamentally change the calculus. Immediate risks on waiting. This leaks and we look indecisive. 2, Israel takes an action first, or Gaza ceasefire falls apart. We don't get to start this on our own terms. We can manage both. Dang, bro. And obviously the ceasefire has failed since then, so. Whoa. Okay. If you think we should do it, let's go. I just hate bailing Europe out again. Please, JD. Vance is such a wuss. Let's just make sure our messaging is tight here. And if there are things we can do up front to minimize risk to Saudi oil facilities, we should do it. This is what I was talking about. Is that he said in the chat this exact thing. Like, bro's priorities are so clearly set on this. Was he taking oil money when he was in the Senate, by the way? I wonder if he was. He was only in the Senate for a couple of years. So I do wonder if he was taking oil money. I'm sure he was. I'm sure every Republican's taking oil money. I fully share your loathing of European freeloading. It's pathetic. Sheesh, dude. Let's see. Yeah, this is the crazy one. These are the detailed war plans, apparently. Saturday, March 15th. Team update. This is from Pete Hegseth. Time now, 11:44. Weather is favorable, just confirmed with CENTCOM. We are a go for mission launch. 12:15, F-18's launch, first strike package. 1:45, trigger-based F-18 first strike window starts. 2:10, more F-18's launch. 2:15, strike drones on target. 3:36, F-18 second strike starts, also first sea-based Tomahawks launched. More to follow per timeline. We are currently clean on OPSEC. Godspeed to our warriors. I will say a prayer for victory. VP building collapsed, had multiple positive ID. Pete Carrillo, the IC, amazing job. JD Vance, what? Michael Waltz, typing too fast. The first target, their top missile guy. We had positive ID of him walking into his girlfriend's building, and it's now collapsed. JD Vance, excellent. John Radcliffe, a good start. Michael Waltz, punch emoji. US, fire emoji. I'm pretty sure this was also an emoji like the American flag, but it's not translating to that in this article. Good job, Pete, and your team. Says Marco Rubio. The team in Hall did a great job as well, says Michael Waltz. Good lord. Dude. It's insane. And the fact that he posts like these detailed logs in here. Oh, it's so interesting how they type. JD Vance going, what? Oh my gosh. There's something really disturbing about this. More strikes ongoing for hours tonight, and we'll provide full initial report tomorrow, but on time, on target, and good readouts so far. And then Steve Witkoff puts 2 prayer hands emojis in one of these. And then I'm almost certain these were supposed to be American flags. Great work and effects. Okay, and then they talk about it a little bit in the article. Thank you, New York Times, I guess, for just copy and pasting the chat. This is insane. How do you even... How do you even justify leaking war plans like that? I just don't get it. And talking about classified material in an unsecured group chat like that, what a fuck up from this administration, man. It's their first open mess up, and we're only on what, month 3? Not even. We're 2 months and 6 days in to this administration. We're still in the first 100 days, and they've already leaked military war plans. And they've done a whole host of other things too, but like this is one of the big ones. I even have a shirt that says good vibes. You know what? Zohran Mamdani won the New York City mayoral primary for the Democratic Party. Love that. I love Zohran Mamdani. I agree with literally everything he says. For the most part, I don't think he goes super hard on Israel, but that's fine. He doesn't have to. As proven by his campaign, he's the mayor of New York, not the mayor of Tel Aviv. So, you know, he's said all he needs to say about Israel, and I think if I was in New York City, I would vote for Zohran Mamdani. And of course, Republicans are responding in the most racist way possible, and even some Democrats. Oh, this is an Instagram link. Fuck. Representative Andy Ogles, whoever that person is, I really don't know who this is. He AI generated some photo that makes him look like super chiseled and stuff. And I don't think that's even what he looks like, right? I mean, yeah, what? Come on, bro. The chin doesn't exist. Your neck is literally melting into your face, and this is the guy you think you look like? He said, bye-bye, little Muhammad. If you lied on your N400 naturalization forms, you're going home. So what part of the form says you love capitalism? Does it really say that? I don't think so. He's also not a Soviet Union-style communist. He's a democratic socialist who literally just wants to open some government-owned grocery stores to see if it works. And he's even said if it doesn't work, so be it. I have a feeling there's going to be a lot of sabotaging involved. What is this? What? Oh, it's Mother Jones. Okay. Oh, hey, look at that. It's Mother Jones. But I have a feeling somebody's going to try to organize some movement to sabotage the city-owned grocery stores. You know, if people want to make their lives worse, I guess that's just what they're going to do. You know, there's going to be people out there that are like, you know what, actually, I want to pay $400 for groceries. Because why not? Oh, you're telling me it cost probably $100 to make all the stuff I just bought, but I'm paying $400 for it? Oh well. Guess that's just life. I think it's actually Biden's fault. Senator Kristen Gillibrand, which I'm pretty sure she's a Democrat, right? I mean, isn't she? Yeah, she's a Democrat. Who did represent the New York 20th district. What is she now? Oh, she's the senator from New York. Oh, come on, bro. Now, for the record, she did apologize for this. However, it's still awful that she even said it in the first place. She said, in reference to Zohran Mamdani, that Zohran supported a quote global jihad. You know what really tickles my gears? It really enrages me to some extent is when white people and like white supremacists and liberals and people in government and just a lot of people, when they come out and they go, "Hey guys, isn't this Arabic word scary?" You know, and then like all the people going, "Oh, Zohran Mamdani wants he wants to globalize the Intifada." Do you know what Intifada means? It means an uprising. It means social change. It's just an Arabic word for uprising or revolution or social change. That's all it is. In fact, the Holocaust Museum used to classify the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising as the Warsaw Ghetto Intifada, and as of last year changed it out of fear and out of negative attention from conservatives. You know, I love it when white people, racists, take Arabic words and just make them like these weird, scary things. Like, I mean, it's racist that she said that he supports a global jihad, because you know what she's implying with that. But jihad doesn't mean the thing that people say it means. Like, people think jihad means like you want to launch like terrorism against the population. But like, here you go. Jihad is the Arabic word for struggle. So, you know, if you want to bring upon a global jihad, they're literally just saying you want to bring upon a global overcoming of struggle. But you know, in the ears of Americans, it sounds really scary. Charlie Kirk said, "Would you like to see ICE deport NYC mayoral candidate Zohran Mamdani, a Muslim who was born in Uganda?" Actually, this isn't the only thing Charlie said. I added this to the doc a few days ago when it came out. Also, yes, there is not a single bad picture of Mamdani. I mean, bro is serving in every photo. He's 33. He's serving every photo. Dude. How is this even still up? That's a crazy thing to comment. I can't even say that out loud. I might get put on a watch list. It's really weird. Like, Charlie Kirk's been going off about how it's like Jim Crow era racism. It's really odd. Charlie specifically has been saying in the media, like he went on Megyn Kelly's show, saying that Muslims globally are horrible people and cannot handle any position of power without screwing things up. He said that he knows some good Muslims, so he's not saying that all Muslims are bad. That's what he specified, but that if a Muslim becomes New York City mayor, then that would mean the two largest economic cities, London and New York, will be taken over by radical Muslims. That's what Charlie Kirk said. Now, he tries to say like, "Oh, I'm not as bad as Benny Johnson," who said, I don't even know what he said, but he said something a little bit more racist. But it doesn't help his case. What he said is still so like unbelievably racist. It doesn't matter. You know? It's just so crazy what Charlie's been saying about him. He's not even necessarily attacking his policies. That's the thing, is like you would think they would go straight for the socialism line, but they're instead like dialing it up to 9/11 racism towards Muslims times like 6. And I think it's going to backfire heavily on them. I mean, obviously he's going to become the mayor. at this point. I have no doubt about that one. But like, they're really trying here to smear him. And it's like, they're gonna, I mean, I think the socialism line of attack might have some effect on the electoral outcome, though not a lot. But I think this line of attack of like, he's an extreme radical Muslim figure, I feel like will just backfire so hard on the conservative front during this election. I feel like it's going to backfire so bad for them. It's just really interesting to watch. The New York governor would not say, Kathy Hochul would not say if she would endorse Zohran Mamdani. I don't believe she has said it yet, still, since I've added this to the doc. Oh, there's some stuff going on. Whoa. Interesting. One of her top aides was just suspended after sexual harassment allegations. Wow. They're everywhere. Hey, he's just Italian, huh? He does it to everybody. I actually don't know the gender of the aide, but whatever. I'm assuming it's a man. Hey, you know, that aide might be Italian. They probably do it to everybody, huh? Rishi Torres wants to primary. Oh, he's not gonna primary her. Good. Zohran Mamdani is leading in the polls by 19 points as of August 12th. He's leading in the polls by 19 points. Bro's doing great. Cuomo and Adams not doing so hot. The Republican a joke candidate. That dude's such a clown. Nobody's even thinking about him. Andrew Cuomo decided to start attacking Zohran Mamdani for paying $2,300 a month in rent in New York City. Oh my God, the amount of phlegm in my throat. Now, that's a really dumb thing to go after him for, considering that's like the average low rent rate in New York City. And the fact that Andrew Cuomo lives in a way more expensive home and doesn't even really live in New York City, unlike Mamdani, who does. And so it's just a really weak line of attack. He's running as an independent now, and so he's just throwing all the petty attacks towards Zohran Mamdani. Well, Zohran Mamdani heard that Andrew Cuomo was coming after his rent payments and just decided to go, well, how come you're connected to Jeffrey Epstein? Like, just the immediate bomb that he dropped on him. I'm going to play the campaign ad, but it's so good. It's so good. It's on Twitter, unfortunately, but and I'll show you Andrew Cuomo's response because it's so lame, dude. It's so lame.
Years ago, Andrew Cuomo resigned in disgrace, and you probably know why.
The governor's office kept the nursing home death data secret.
Cuomo aggressively groped an aide.
Inappropriately touched a female state trooper.
I'm glad we're still talking about the nursing home thing. I am glad we're still bringing that up in regards to Cuomo. Like, I don't think people understand just how bad of a governor Andrew Cuomo is. Especially when someone like Jay Schlatt is like, says something about like, did you even care about my grandmother? Like, I'm glad people still bring this up.
Use of state resources for a COVID-19 memoir.
Less well known is what he spent the last 4 years doing, besides getting trounced in the Democratic primary. In 2022, Cuomo started Innovation Strategies LLC to represent individuals and corporations in a variety of matters. Definitely not vague. Last year, it raked in more than $500,000. Who paid for Cuomo's services? He refuses to say. But what
Keep in mind, by the way, Andrew Cuomo is also now attempting to support Benjamin Netanyahu's case in his war criminal case. So do with that information what you will, but notorious genocidal war criminal Benjamin Netanyahu, Andrew Cuomo is attempting to help his defense in his court case in the international court. So like that alone. Anyway.
Journalists have been able to piece together is troubling. In April, Bloomberg revealed that Cuomo advised a cryptocurrency exchange based in the Seychelles as it faced federal investigations. Then in May, Politico reported that Cuomo failed to disclose $2.6 million in stock options.
Based. Gotta love it when a politician continues to have stocks. I think that stock trading in the government should be illegal. And I'm pretty sure, didn't they try to pass an act about that called the Pelosi Act? And like one Republican voted in favor of it, and he's literally the one that proposed it, I'm pretty sure. I think it should be illegal to trade stocks as a government official. Like, if you are elected or appointed by an elected official in any way, shape, or form, I'm not talking about like federal employees that like crunch the numbers in the Social Security office. I'm not talking about people like that. I'm saying like if you were elected to office, you should not be allowed to trade stocks. You should not be allowed to own stocks. If you are appointed to office, like the Secretary of State or like a judge, for that matter, you should not be allowed to own stocks. If you have any kind of governmental control over companies that are publicly traded, you're already compromised. Like, I don't even think it should be legal for employees of companies to trade stocks of the company they work for. Like, I don't even think that should be allowed either. But that's a whole separate conversation. I think it's insane that politicians are allowed to own stocks, let alone this many stocks. Like, this valuable amount of stocks. I think this is ridiculous and really shows the state of our country. I mean, it really does show how corrupt the United States is.
To the New York City conflicts of
and why it's so sought after by the rich and wealthy. Why so many wealthy people live here, because they know they can just take advantage of this. The system is designed to work this way, pretty much.
His excuse: the stocks were technically owned by Innovation Strategies LLC.
Yeah, exactly. He's using a shell company, pretty much. That's the whole point of his company. Notice how he doesn't use, as much as he loves to milk this name, Cuomo, notice how he doesn't use it at all in the name of this company, because he's trying to keep this company on the down low, man. He's trying to keep it on the down low. He can do his little shady side business crap without people noticing, because who's going to pay attention to a company called Innovation Strategies? And he can own his stocks and do all his shady business using this company. If he wanted a company that everyone knew about, he would have named it like Cuomo Strategies or some crap, with as much as he loves to use that name for publicity.
Of which he's the sole proprietor. Finally, in June, the New York Times uncovered that Cuomo had worked with his longtime friend Andrew Farkas on a luxury marina project in Puerto Rico. Farkas' previous partner on luxury marinas in the Caribbean, Jeffrey Epstein.
I love that he shows the drone shot of Epstein's island. Wow, dude, that's insane.
Caribbean, Jeffrey Epstein.
We had a finance chair like none other, Andrew Farkas.
That's the thing about Andrew Cuomo.
That's insane that there's an Andrew Cuomo Epstein connection. And I'm pretty sure there's some new information about that came out today. I haven't read much about it yet, but I'm pretty sure there's even more info about Andrew Cuomo's connection to Jeffrey Epstein. Which of course there is. Dude, Jeffrey Epstein did so much business in New York. He fucking lived there. Like, amongst other places that he lived as well. But, like, of course, the Cuomo family is going to have some connection to Epstein. Every powerful figure in New York, I would say it's reasonable to assume they have in some way, shape, or form a connection to Jeffrey Epstein. Which is also why Donald Trump has a connection to Jeffrey Epstein as well. I mean, he's literally a New York businessman. His family has done business in New York for decades now.
Once you think you found out about all of his scandals, you find out about another, and then probably...
Bro mows through all of these, but these are some crazy ass scandals, man. I mean, dude has so many. Whoa. Cuomo's war chest. 425,000 from... Whoa. Dang, bro.
Another. But if my friend, the disgraced former governor of the state of New York, feels that's unfair, Habibi, release your client list.
That's funny. Yeah, let's see who Cuomo's working with. I love this ad. I have nothing to add to it. I love it. I love this ad. I love it. I love Zohran Mamdani. I wish there were more politicians like him. I've seen a couple of leftists try to purity test him by saying he's not extreme enough on certain issues. We're cooked as a movement if we continue to do this. There are legitimate things to criticize politicians for, like AOC's recent blunders with Israel and her weird, like, hesitancy to just flat out, like, deny arms shipments to Israel's defense systems, and this weird, like, song and dance around calling it like a genocide and stuff. There are actual things to criticize certain left-wing posturing people in the government for. Like Bernie Sanders is the same way. He gets invites from J Street to come and speak, which J Street's a liberal Zionist organization. He won't call it a genocide. He's very, like, weird about this entire topic, and it's like, those guys, yeah, you can criticize them. What has Zohran Mamdani done that we should be, like, purity testing him for? He's the perfect candidate. And if his grocery store thing works, it's going to be a great example for more cities across the U.S.
Here's some updates on the New York City mayoral race. I've been giving occasional updates on this, and I'm sure my mentions of this will go up a little bit as we get closer to the election. Eric Adams has been getting criticized by Cuomo a little bit more. And Cuomo said something about Eric Adams dropping out of the race. And so I wanted to play this clip.
And to New Yorkers, I want to speak directly to you. There has been so much speculation, communications, announcements of what I'm doing, no matter what I have stated over and over again publicly. So I want to be clear with you. Andrew Cuomo is a snake and a liar.
Oh my gosh. He should be New York City's ambassador to Turkey. Oh, that's perfect. Yeah,
Andrew Cuomo is a snake and a liar. I am in this race, and I'm the only one that can beat Mamdani. Andrew has had a career pushing black candidates out of races. You heard me say it over again. Carl McCall, Charlie King, David Patterson. This is his career that must stop with me.
Damn. Also, I love that they're all running on the beating Mamdani like pact. That's what they're all running on. They're all saying, "Oh no, I can beat Mamdani. No, I can," and it's apparently none of them can. Let's see. Mamdani posted. Zohran Mamdani posted a very serious thing about hit and run accidents.
We're standing
at a certain
here
intersection.
at the exact intersection where in 2021 Matt Jensen was killed.
He would just like help me with my math homework, and he just really brightened everyone's day.
He was walking in the crosswalk, slammed down by a Rolls Royce going 55 miles per hour in a 25 mile per hour speed limit.
See, and that's the thing, man. He's actually taken this race seriously. Here's a picture that he took at the Fight Oligarchy Town Hall with Bernie Sanders. So what, he's actually taken this race seriously, and then Cuomo and Eric Adams are over here like, no, I can beat Mamdani. No, I can. And then Eric Adams pulls out the "you hate black people" line, which is insane. Curtis Sliwa, I don't know how you say his name, the Republican candidate in the mayoral race. He calls for feral cat colonies to claw back at New York City rat problem. Quote, "Caped Crusaders at night." Folks, this is what the Republican candidate is up to while the two Democrat candidates fight, and the actual Democrat candidate leads the entire race. Do I still have my stinger? Oh yeah, let's go. Yes, brother. Yes. Breaking news. Oh shoot. My doc. No. Breaking news. In the New York mayoral race. Breaking news in the New York mayoral race. Eric Adams has dropped out of the New York mayoral race. Can I? Thank you. God, I don't know how to type. Yep, Eric Adams dropped out. Let me change the thing before it does it again. Well, now, why did he drop out? I don't know. Despite all we've achieved, I cannot continue my re-election campaign, Adams said in a video on X. Ugh. The constant media speculation about my future and the campaign finance board's decision to withhold millions of dollars have undermined my ability to raise funds needed for a serious campaign. And to raise money for Istanbul. God, dude. This guy's such a little bitch. Oh, it's the campaign finance board's fault. Not that I was polling worse than Curtis Sliwa, or whatever his name is. Sliwa. I don't know how to say his name. The Republican, Curtis. Fucking Andrew Cuomo said in a statement shared with NBC that he believes Adams, quote, is sincere in putting the well-being of New York City ahead of his personal ambition, end quote. He also said, we face destructive extremist forces that would devastate our city through incompetence or ignorance. But it is not too late to stop them, said Cuomo, referring to, without naming, Zohran Mamdani. Cuomo praised Adams, saying he, quote, has much to be proud of in his accomplishments. Whatever differences we may have, Eric Adams' story is undeniably one of resilience, testament to the spirit of the city. This is really funny that he's saying all of this after Eric Adams said that Andrew Cuomo is like trying to push him out of the race because that's what the Cuomos do best, push black people out of elections. That's really funny that Eric got to say that about Cuomo, and now Cuomo has to be like, he did a fine job campaigning and he's a good mayor. Who am I kidding? That's not even what Adams sounds like. He's not in New York enough to sound like that.
Here are the polls. I made a little graph because I was feeling quirky. What do you guys think of my oh fuck. Zoom out a little bit. What do you guys think of my graph? I did a little graph of the latest polls. This is Mamdani's chances. Cuomo's. Adams is out now. And here's the Republicans polling a little higher. What do you think? You like it? There was a percentage of the population that did not give an answer. Only 87% gave a candidate's name, and the remaining 13% are undecided or declined to comment. So, yeah, they're not on this poll. That's why if you total them up, it's not going to be 100%. I would have included them, but I forgot. Oops. Yeah, my little poll, my little graph. Speaking of socialists, there were a couple debates for the New York mayoral candidates. I think I touched on last week's a little bit. The one this week was pretty good. Although I think Mamdani could have done a little better in this one. That's just how I feel about it. But yeah, the debate happened. A few things have actually happened. So at the debate, there were some good moments from Mamdani against Cuomo. My internet would be a little faster.
The city's arguing for its budgets, the state is saying no, and the city has been getting screwed by the state.
We just had a former governor say in his own words that the city has been getting screwed by the state. Who was leading the state? It was you!
Governor.
In one of the most memorable moments.
Yeah. He had a moment like that. He had some moments about like housing, how when Cuomo was governor, he spent more money on a singing water fountain at LaGuardia than he did on affordable housing. That was a pretty good ass line. Man. All right, come on, YouTube. Let's go. Let's hurry it up. I know the internet is not slow.
You can see in Andrew Cuomo someone who had 10 years to deliver on so much of what he's spoken about. He says that taking 5 years to build affordable housing is the sign of an incompetent government. By his own words, that means he must have led an incompetent government.
No reason to believe.
Yeah. Just some good shit like that. But there was one moment in particular during the debate that I wanted to point out, because this was insane. It actually brought a bit of a tear to my eye. Because how often do you see politicians standing up for victims of abuse like this? Dude, the whole house is like shifting. Is it about to collapse on top of me or something? I'm gonna die.
Mr. Cuomo, in 2021, 13 different women who worked in your administration credibly accused you of sexual harassment. Since then, you have spent more than $20 million in taxpayer funds to defend yourself, all while describing these allegations as entirely political. You have even gone so far as to legally go after these women. One of those women, Charlotte Bennett, is here in the audience this evening. You sought to access her private gynecological records. She cannot speak up for herself because you lodged a defamation case against her. I, however, can speak. What do you say to the 13 women that you sexually harassed?
Look at how stunned Cuomo is, man.
If you want to be in government, then you have to be serious and mature.
Which, by the way, it cuts there for some reason. I don't know why. Because his response was dog shit. He completely deflects the question back to why isn't Mamdani doing BDS on Uganda? But he'll do BDS for Israel. That's Cuomo's line of attack. What a bunch of dog shit, dude. He's so bad at this. Cuomo is so bad at this. I'm looking at this. I'm pretty young.
I don't really know what the election of Andrew Cuomo to New York governor looked like, because he was basically the governor by the time I became aware of the world around me. So I don't know how the fuck Andrew Cuomo became the governor of New York. I really don't. Did his brain just like turn into fucking goo in the last 4 years since he left, since he fled the governor's office? That was the other thing, dude. Oh my God, Curtis Sliwa said you didn't leave. Curtis Sliwa said you didn't leave the governor's office. You fled. You fled from being impeached by the Democrats. That's what he said. Amongst other things, like saying how his sons got like attacked and all that shit. It's pretty insane. Let's see.
If there was a ranked choice election?
In this. You'd have to rank these.
Myself, number 1, and Curtis, number 2.
Mr. Sliwa.
Oh, please don't be glazing me here, Zohran. Are you kidding?
Mr. Sliwa, do you want
If you know, I wish Curtis Sliwa hadn't beat up a bunch of immigrants in Times Square a few years ago. He'd be so cool if he didn't do that. But unfortunately, his group, the Guardian Angels, had to beat up a suspected immigrant in Times Square on Sean Hannity's show on Fox News, which the guy turned out to not even be an illegal immigrant. He's just a guy. So, like, even worse. Like, already bad enough that he would be beating up a random immigrant on the streets. Worse that the guy wasn't even an immigrant. So... yeah, Curtis Sliwa would be so funny if he wasn't so horrible. But he had some good moments against like Cuomo during the debate. And it's just really funny how like, you know, it's really funny how Zohran and Curtis kind of ganged up against Cuomo during this because they both hate the guy. But yeah. Good debate. What the hell is Curtis tweeting out "Stop glazing me"? Oh Jesus. Anyway, pretty good debate. I love the part where he brought out the one of the 13 victims and basically said she's in the audience right now. What would you say to her? And then he completely avoids it. What a fucking idiot, dude. After the debate, Cuomo said he went on he talked to a conservative radio host named Sid Rosenberg on the morning of October 23rd. Quote, "God forbid another 9/11. Can you imagine Mamdani in the seat?" Cuomo asks. Rosenberg says he'd be cheering. Cuomo pauses for a second and chuckles before saying, "That's another problem." What the fuck? Zohran Mamdani already responded to it in a tweet saying, "Just disgusting." What is going on with the blatant Islamophobic racism in this race? That's how you know that they're afraid of Zohran Mamdani's ideas. They're afraid that his ideas will actually work. They're going to do everything in their power to stop him from, seeing through his plans for New York City, like for being the New York City mayor. Because they just keep busting out the racism, man. How they keep going that he hasn't denounced globalized the Intifada. When the hell did Mamdani ever endorse any of that kind of messaging? It's also insane to otherize that kind of terminology. The Intifada is just an uprising. That's all it is. You know, the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising, you could call the Warsaw Ghetto Intifada, which I believe a museum actually used to call it that. You know, Intifada just means an uprising or, a revolution. That's all it means. It literally is nothing. It just sounds scary to racist white people. And we're going to see even more racism when the Democrats say to you that they care about black people, when the Democrats say to you that they're not the racist party. They're lying. They are just as racist as the Republicans are, but the thing that makes them dangerous is that they hide it from you. At least the Republicans are like out in the open with it. You know that they're racist. The Democrats pull the wool over your eyes. And you're about to see that in this campaign ad that Cuomo released and immediately had to retract because it's so bad. And in my opinion, oh, thank you, creator of Gravity Falls. Yes, this should be illegal. AI should be illegal in campaign ads at the very least. At the very least.
Zohran Mamdani's opponents want you to believe he's an inexperienced radical.
Look at this dude. An AI clip of an AI Zohran Mamdani.
Policies will make New York City more dangerous. But
more racism. Just, oh, he's eating rice with his hands. I've seen so many people have this debate. I even saw a guy say that his culture's inferior because he eats with his hands. Wait until you find out all these dirty ass white people, until they find out that Europeans got silverware from the Middle East, that Europeans used to eat everything with their fucking hands too. I mean, seriously, what is going on? Who gives a fuck if he eats rice with his hands? You know, it's probably just how he was raised, how he ate that kind of stuff growing up. Who cares, man? We eat a bunch of shit with our hands. It just so happens to be rice that he's eating with his hands. Think about it. We eat sandwiches with our hands. You know, we eat fries with our hands. Who gives a fuck if it's rice? It's just blatant racism is what it is.
Actual supporters think.
Mamdani isn't crazy.
He's just trying to even the playing field.
You know, give everyone a fair shot. Sure, he said multiple times we need to defund the police.
And you'll learn who all these little kooky characters are, by the way.
But that was just a metaphor.
And yes, he did say crime is a social construct, but that was also a metaphor.
His main backer, the Democratic Socialists' ideas are common sense, such as
Decriminalizing misdemeanors, like shoplifting.
They generated an AI black man to don a keffiyeh and start stealing. They could have AI generated anybody, and they chose to generate a black man for the shoplifter role. And better yet, they put a keffiyeh on him. What do you even say to that? If you're a black voter in New York City, what do you think about this? That's what I want to know. If you're a black voter anywhere and you see this guy that claims to be a Democrat, this guy that a lot of the Democrats in the Democratic Party have like kind of silently endorsed, what do you say to something like this where their campaign is just being so openly racist?
third-degree assault, trespassing, prostitution.
That's the other thing. AI generating the role of a pimp as a black man. A black man wearing like a stereotypical pimp outfit is fucking crazy. This is fucking crazy, man. Like, what the fuck? Like I said, they could have generated anybody, and they chose this. They chose to generate a black guy as a pimp, a black guy as a shoplifter. Like, what the fuck? And then like a van full of battered, beaten prostitutes. You know what's insane? Is that this shit happens! This happens! Because it's illegal! Women who have to sell themselves on the streets, whether they want to or they have to, this happens to them to some extent because they can't go to the authorities about it. They can't report this because what they're doing is inherently illegal. And if it was decriminalized or legalized, if it's decriminalized, some guy beats the shit out of a prostitute, they can report it. They're being abused by somebody as a prostitute. They're being abused by someone. They can report it. This happens because it's illegal in places where it's been decriminalized. This shit happens less often. You know, the abuse of prostitutes goes down statistically when you decriminalize prostitution. That's the craziest part. I mean, really, the craziest part is what's going on in this fucking AI video. This is crazy. What do you even type into the prompt for shit like this? What do you even type in? Hey, ChatGPT, can you just generate the worst possible fucking thing I can think of? Like, just every stereotype ramped to 13. Like, crank that dial up. Crank the racism dial to max. You know, take the stereotype dial and twist it as far as it'll go. Absolutely insane.
And drunk driving.
With plans to decriminalize all drugs, Mamdani will be a job creator for drug dealers.
Instead of helping us homeless get off the streets and into the mental health facilities we need, he wants to give us safe injection sites to do crack and let us sleep in sub.
This is so insane to me. Listen to what their solutions are as opposed to safe injection sites, which he does want to open mental health facilities. That's the craziest part. He wants mental health professionals to replace certain jobs that the police are currently doing. And he wants safe injection sites to keep people off the streets, so they're not dying at unprecedented rates. Think about that. And what is Cuomo's master solution? I have not heard a single fucking policy position from this low-life cretin, from this scumbag. This guy has given us nothing. Absolutely nothing. What their solution is flood the subway with cops. Flood the streets with cops. An already large police force. One of the largest police forces on the planet. So big it dwarfs some militaries on the planet. Has a gigantic budget. Budget so big, and yet all this shit's still happening. So what's the point that they're trying to make? Cuomo would quite literally just be a repeat of Eric Adams. And so far, Eric Adams hasn't done jack shit to address this crisis. Mamdani's plans actually address it. All of the poverty you see, all the drug using and the crime and the violence and the you know, the theft and all of that is addressed when you address poverty. When you address what's causing people to become impoverished, you know, you increase their ability to have access to transportation. It gets them to work easier. You increase, you know, their quality of life, assisting them with paying their bills and rent so they're not going homeless. You know, ensuring that they actually get paid what they're worth. You know, getting paid what they're doing at work and not being cheated out of their wages. When you address all those issues and poverty starts to dwindle, crime goes down, quality of life improves. So that's what I don't understand. You just want to perpetually turn your cities into a police state? Is that the solution here, Cuomo? I heard this thing a while back, and it really put everything into perspective for me. And it was this guy that was talking about the stages of poverty and how there's like levels to it, how everyone is usually about a few steps away from being homeless. And they were like, all it takes is 1 or 2 emergency payments of something, you know, a surprise medical bill, you know, a car repair. Now you've lost your car. How are you going to get to work? You know, you're going to struggle to get to work. After a few incidences, you probably get fired. Where's your income coming from now? Well, you don't have a job anymore. Finding a job will be harder because you don't have reliable transportation. Can't fix your car because you don't have a job. Eventually, you know, you got to sell some of those things, and now you're losing your house. That's how easy it is to fall into poverty. That's how easy it is. We are all of us are closer to being homeless on the streets, to being dropped into poverty. All of us are closer to that than any of the rich people in this country. All of the people that make these decisions for us in the government. We are way closer to being poor than they are. We're only a few steps removed. If my car exploded right now, I'd be fucked. Genuinely fucked. So, something to think about. You know, that was a big realization moment for me when I heard that a few years ago. So, you know, a lot of the issues in our society can be addressed by people falling into poverty and becoming desperate. Poverty is caused by lack of education and too many hardships with no support system. And other factors, obviously, but those are like some of the main ones.
Weight cards. These are actual policies Mamdani and the DSA want to implement on day one.
When a woman's being domestically abused, she finally won't have to deal with some pesky cop to arrest the abuser, but now a social worker to help, you know, kumbaya the situation.
It's crazy how the AI completely fucking fell apart on that part. I mean, just completely shit the bed on that part. That's insane. The prompt, like, dipped in quality fast on this one.
When a woman's being domestically abused, she finally won't have to deal with some pesky cop to arrest the abuser, but now a social worker to help, you know, kumbaya the situation.
That's such horseshit, by the way. That's such fucking bullshit that's the example they use for the social worker thing. It'd be more like if somebody called the police and said, I'm going to kill myself. That would be a situation where you'd send out a social worker. Or somebody saying, I'm having thoughts. You know, or I'm not doing well. Or, you know, like when a parent does the whole, I'm going to call the police on my son. You know, if you're in Minneapolis, then a cop named Derek Chauvin comes into your house and chokes out your teenage son while you're begging him to stop. But under a Mamdani, you know, New York City, it would be a social worker probably showing up, some kind of mental health worker showing up, not a full-on police force. It's basically to make these situations safer. Cops are not equipped to do all these things, so now you have other people to take care of it for you. You know. Ay, ay, ay.
Breathe in, breathe out.
Mamdani is finally lowering jail sentences. Guilty! But Mamdani says you're free to go.
Woo-hoo! Who cares if legalizing...
That's insane.
Breathe in.
I gotta see that again.
Breathe out.
Mamdani is finally lowering jail sentences. Guilty! But Mamdani says you're free to go.
Woo-hoo! Who cares if legalizing...
It's just not how that works, by the way. Not at all a policy position of Zohran Mamdani. Like, not even a little bit. That's absolutely fucking insane.
Prostitution statistically leads to an increase for sex trafficking of women and young girls by 70%.
You can't have safety without equality.
I like how they say that prostitution, not legal prostitution, by the way, they're just saying prostitution in general, leads to a higher likelihood of sex trafficking. And it's like, actually, that would go down if it was decriminalized. Because the authorities would then actually give a fuck. at that point. A lot of governmental agencies don't care about a lot of instances of sex trafficking because it's through prostitution. And their logic is, well, you're already doing something illegal anyways, so oh well.
For unlawful abiding citizens like...
Is he lighting his hand on fire? What the fuck? What the hell? Also, this is so fucked up to show a pro-Palestine rally for this stupid-ass video. But why is this guy lighting his hand on fire?
For unlawful abiding citizens like us, globalize the Intifada.
I'm a
What the fuck was that part? Dude, this is what I mean by Andrew Cuomo is just fucking racist, man. I think if anybody of Arab descent walked past Andrew Cuomo, he shit his fucking pants. Like, explosion type of shitting. I think he would have a blowout. You know? I don't know how Andrew Cuomo sleeps at night doing shit like this.
Unlawful abiding citizens like us, globalize the Intifada.
That doesn't even make any sense.
Of women and young girls by 70%.
You can't have safety without equality.
For unlawful abiding citizens like us, globalize the Intifada.
Doesn't make any sense. He's also on the wrong side of the fucking protest. That doesn't make any sense, dude. Like, it's just word garbage. It's just all AI prompt. Nobody, like, peer-reviewed this before it went out. You know, globalize the Antifada. I mean, the fucking AI prompt. They literally put an accent on him. They put a fucking accent on him.
Like us, globalize the Intifada.
They literally put an accent on the word Antifada. To make you, like, more scared of the word Antifada.
A criminal. I'm a criminal. I'm a criminal.
I'm a criminal.
Yep. I'm a criminal. For Zohran. For
God, dude. For Zohran. It even has that, like, robot sound to it, too. Yeah, I'm a criminal. For Zohran!
I'm a criminal. For Zohran.
I can't do that like raspiness to mimic it.
For Zohran Mamdani.
For Zohran Mamdani. I like how the prompt just doesn't know how to compute that. It's like, for Zohran Mamdani. Where the fuck did that come from?
I didn't have a real job until I was 30, but sure, give me the keys to the city. What's the worst that can happen?
Paid for by Cuomo for NYC.
I hope Andrew Cuomo gets sent to a home because of shit like this. I'm glad they took it down. I'm glad they at least had some, like, semblance of shame when they fucking released this shit. They're like, oh, this is kind of fucked up. Maybe we shouldn't frame the Democratic candidate like this. Like, they're using all of the Republican talking points. That's why it's like Democrats and Republicans are two sides of the same coin. Because Andrew Cuomo, who ran on the Democratic ticket, was the Democratic governor of California for, what, like 10 years? This dude has always been a Democrat. And now he's using Republican talking points against Zohran Mamdani, the Democratic candidate for mayor. If that doesn't tell you everything you need to know about Democrats, I don't know what is. Like, I don't know what will. It's literally just the playbook. Anybody to even slightly further to the left of the Dems and Reps, they all basically join forces and use the same rhetoric against each other. Or against them, you know? So yeah, that was a shitty ad. That was one of the worst things I've ever seen. Someone says, is that a black man dressed like a 70s pimp with a white van filled with drugged out white women? Cuomo just told black people loud and clear what he thinks about us. Exactly. This is like banned cartoons levels of racism.
This is what I'm saying, dude. Like, oh, we're going to have a shot of him eating rice with his hands. Because that's apparently like a diss. And then the pimp with the white women in the van. Yeah. Damn, they're obsessed with him eating rice with his hands. Yeah, they're racist, man. That's the thing. They're fucking racist. There's nothing more to even say about it. They're just racist pieces of shit. You know? So that's what I think about that ad. I hope Cuomo, when he loses this race, disappears from politics. I really do. Him and his stupid fucking brother, dude. His Republican brother. His brother is basically a Republican right now. On his like little news show that he has on, you know, fuckasstv.com or whatever. That dude's just straight up a Republican. And I'm pretty sure he thinks Mamdani's like a violent jihadist. You know, Chris Cuomo, good old CNN boy who was giving his brother tips and tricks on how to beat the sexual harassment allegations back then and like even revealed some information to him. Yeah. Great people. I haven't even like really mentioned that. The fact that people on the Democratic side are willing to vote for a guy that sexually harassed 13 women. Step down as governor as a result. The fact that they'll support something like that, insane. This country's really done like heavy damage to people's brains, man. That they're that scared of socialism. Let's talk about New York. Hey, New York, baby. Hakeem Jeffries, the one of the reps from New York, who also happens to be the minority leader in the House, who also happens to be a giant wet blanket of personality. He's Nancy Pelosi's personally handpicked freak. He's just so bad at his job, man. He really is. He's so bad at his job. Hakeem Jeffries went on CNN and was asked about Mamdani being the future of the Democratic Party. Let's look.
Do you see Mamdani as the future of the Democratic Party?
No, I think the future of the Democratic Party is going to fall, as far as we're concerned, relative to the House Democratic Caucus and members who are doing a great work all across the country as it relates to our need to both take back control of the House, but in doing so, make sure that we're communicating to the American people like we understand you deserve better than the country that you have received.
Do you see Mamdani as the future
What
of the
kind of
Democratic
answer is that, dude? Says so much, but says so little at the same time. That answer clearly made no fucking sense. He basically just said no. That it's going to fall onto the House Democratic Caucus. Brother, nobody in this country gives a fuck about procedural House shit. Nobody's thinking about it like that. They just want somebody to look at to be like, oh, wow, this guy understands our issues. This person understands our problems. I'm going to vote for this person because they're going to solve all of our problems. That's what they've told me they're going to do, and their morals and values seem to align with mine. My God. Just such a stupid answer. And in response to this, CNN went to where Mamdani was canvassing and asked him what he thought about this.
Hakeem Jeffries was asked this morning if you're the future of the Democratic Party. He said no.
Good to know.
Do you have a response?
No, I'm focused on the
Or
next
doesn't
2
give a
days.
fuck.
Do you think you're the future of the Democratic Party?
I don't dare predict the future. That's why I'm out here canvassing to deal with my anxiety to get through the tape of the future of 9 p.m. on Tuesday.
Hakeem Jeffries was asked this morning if you...
They're just not satisfied with that answer at all. It's so funny, man. He's such a good candidate, dude. Such a guy. He's just a person. It's so awesome to see. I'm so excited for this.
I'm nervous, but I'm excited. The early voting's been going on, but the actual election is tomorrow. And I'm a little nervous, obviously. I mean, as you should be cautiously optimistic about these things. Never believe the polls when they say that you're up by like 30 points. You know, just take it with a grain of salt and prep your way through it. But man, I'm so excited though. I can't lie. I am excited for the thought of a Mamdani mayoral victory. I just want to see what he does with the city of New York. And Cuomo actually released this ad targeting Mamdani, and it's one of the most pathetic things I've ever seen. And actually, there's something in it that's really funny.
America deserved 9/11, dude.
That's Zohran's buddy, Hassan Piker, saying we deserve 9/11. It's a disgrace to every life lost. Zohran went on Piker's show, and now Piker was just spotted at Zohran's event. Mamdani is wrong for New York.
Dude, fucking Michael Bloomberg paid for this. Oh my God. Oh, dude, who on Bloomberg's team is funding this shit?
America deserved 9/11, dude.
That's Zohran's buddy, Hassan Piker.
I love that host of the H3 podcast, Hassan Piker, said this. That's my favorite part, is that they used an old Hassan H3 appearance thumbnail to do this. And also, I'm not going to lie, could be a dead giveaway to who is making these ads, like to who is convincing the campaign to make these types of ads. I mean, there you go. Why would there be an H3 reference in a New York City campaign ad? You know, why would there be something like that in here? Unless that's just like the first thing that comes up when you search up Hassan Piker. Let's see. Okay, not when I search his name. Yeah, I don't see anything yet when I search his name. If I type in Hassan Piker 9/11. Fuck it, I'm saying it. No, it's just this. Let's see. Nothing yet. I mean, if you see it, guys, sound off. I don't see it just yet. Maybe if I type in America deserved 9/11. Let's see. Deserved 9/11. Let's see what happens. I'm trying to give the editing team here plausible deniability. But it's starting to look more and more like... What the hell is that? Oh. It's starting to look more and more like this person might have been like a fan. Large. Come on. Maybe they needed like a thumbnail size image. Nope, nothing yet. Huh. Weird. Maybe interview. I'm really trying here, fellas. I'm really trying here. All the filters are off, right? Yep, any size. Maybe if I type in podcast. Oh, there we go. Okay. Might be plausible, fellas. Who knows? I don't know, though. Would you go with that over, like, any other fucking photo of Hassan? Would you really go with that? Like, we've gone through so many photos of him at this point. I had to type in Hassan Piker podcast to find that. Are we sure that that would be the photo that they would choose automatically?
I'm just saying it's a little fishy. It's a little fishy how they chose that particular photo. Congratulations to New York City for actually giving me hope again, making me cry a little bit. Zohran Mamdani won the New York City mayoral race. He is the next mayor of New York City. We reached out to President Trump at the Forbidden Land podcast. We reached out and we seemed to score a phone call with him. And I'm getting word now that he's ready on the line and that he's ready to go. So we're going to ask him what his thoughts are on the New York mayoral victory from Mamdani. So without further ado, welcome to the show, President Donald Trump. Yes, folks, he's here. President Trump, what do you think about this recent mayoral win for Zohran Mamdani?
Hello, folks. It's me, Donald J. Trump, 45th and 47th president. As you all know, I lived in New York for a very long time. Some may say the longest. Some may say the longest. For the longest time, I thought, what would make New York better? At first, we thought, oh, Eric Adams, he'd be perfect. He loves turkey. Personally, I also love turkey. Turkey tastes so good. But no, folks, he really fucked the bed on that one. He sucks. He doesn't know how to speak. He doesn't know how to lead. He thinks the Armenian genocide's real, folks. Isn't that a shame? Isn't that a tragedy? And so I thought to myself, who could I get to run New York City? I thought, here's a perfect little brown boy from the General Assembly. His name is Zohran Mamdani. Folks, let me tell you, he's going to take over New York City. We installed him. We installed him as the new czar dictator of New York City. He's going to bring in all of the Hamas sympathizers. He's going to radically shape the city as a communist, socialist, Hamas-loving utopia. And he hates Jews. That was the most important part.
Oh.
Because I had to make sure that he hated Jewish people. And folks, I think he's going to do a great job. Believe me, folks, believe me. I love New York City. And I wouldn't do you guys wrong. I made sure I chose the perfect little man to ruin New York City. His name is Zohran Mamdani. And he's going to choose Curtis Sliwa as his deputy mayor. That's right, folks.
Oh, wow.
Curtis
I didn't know
Sliwa.
that.
He's going to kill every rat.
Oh.
And he's going to shoot up everybody in a taxi cab. Let me tell you, folks, I'm actually driving through the streets right now of New York City.
I didn't know
Little did
that.
you know.
I didn't know.
People don't know this. I actually am the best driver in New York City. I'm actually driving a taxi cab right now as we speak.
I'm surprised the president even has
Folks,
time for
let
that.
me tell you, Zohran Mamdani, he's going to be great, folks. He's going to be great. You got to give him a chance. He's going to absolutely destroy New York City. Bill Ackman, or as I like to call him, Bill Hackman. I just absolutely think, what a disgrace. I'm so glad he's leaving New York City. It's going to leave so much room for all of these socialist leftists to move right in.
I didn't know you were down with that, Mr. President.
And folks, don't believe what you hear on the fake bullshit news known as the Forbidden Land podcast. Zohran Mamdani, he's going to really play out my agenda.
What the hell?
Is, folks, he really is. Folks, that's all I got to say. Hope you have a great weekend, a great night. God bless Zohran Mamdani, and bring forth the globalizing the enchilada, as I always say, globalize the enchilada. Thank you, folks, and don't listen to the fake news, Forbidden Land podcast. Fake news, don't listen to it. Good night, folks. It's been your 45th and 47th president, Donald J. Trump.
What the fuck? Okay. I mean, bye, Mr. President, I guess. I don't know why he's telling y'all not to listen to the best, most trusted news commentary source, frankly, on the planet, the Forbidden Land podcast. But yeah, okay, that was the president, Donald Trump. Interesting that he said he backed this plan to install Mamdani as a socialist czar dictator. It's interesting. I mean, you know, I didn't think the Republican authoritarian fascist president would want a democratic socialist running New York City, but who knows? I mean, definitely some interesting insight there. So yeah, we appreciate the president coming on to give his thoughts on the New York City mayoral win. I know he said he endorsed Andrew Cuomo, but maybe that was just like a strategy, you know, like he knows he's a poisonous brand enough to tank an entire campaign of a guy with the name Cuomo, who is like a huge name dynasty in New York City. You know, maybe he just knows the power that his endorsement holds. So maybe that was his plan all along. Who knows? We don't know the long-term plan.
So, New York City mayoral, or New York City mayor-elect, went to the White House. So he was on the way to the White House, and while he was on the way, the House of Representatives took a vote to condemn socialism. Yes, folks, that's right.
From the Hill right now, this is a measure to condemn socialism. The vote is still being tabulated, but of note, the 4 leading Democrats in the House voted with Republicans to condemn socialism. Yet 96 Democrats voted no. Mm-hmm. So those are the Democrats that voted with Republicans: Jeffries and Catherine Clark, Pete Aguilar and Ted Lieu. So
keep in mind, this vote is inconsequential. This isn't like it's legislation or anything like that. It's just taking a vote to condemn socialism. And still, regardless of that, 85 Dems were like, yeah, I can get on board with that. 2 of them chickened out and voted present. Couldn't have just voted no, people. Like, seriously. This is just one of those dumb, symbolistic, procedural votes that they take constantly in the White House. And it's funny because this is the Republicans trying to tee up a condemnation of Mamdani and hoping that Trump just rips his butthole open while he's in the Oval Office. I mean, truly just hopes that he does that. And that's what this vote does. Well, what ends up actually happening when Mamdani gets there is that Trump undercuts all of the rhetoric and all of the messaging that people have been running against Mamdani.
Just had a great meeting.
My God, what is up with the volume control on this platform? This is why X, or whatever it's called, will never be a video competitor.
Really good, very productive meeting. We have one thing in common. We want this city of ours that we love to do very well. And I wanted to congratulate the mayor. He really ran an incredible race against, a lot of smart people, starting with the early primaries against some very tough people, very smart people. And he beat them easily. And I congratulated him. Just had a great meeting, a really good, very productive.
I mean, this whole meeting is just a Trump glazing Mamdani session. Here's the jihadist question from the journalist where they're like, do you think Mamdani's a jihadist?
Mr. President, Republican Elise Stefanik has campaigned multiple times by calling Zohran Mamdani a jihadist. Do you think you're standing next to a jihadist right now in the Oval Office?
No, I don't, but she's out there campaigning, and, you say things sometimes in a campaign.
Isn't that sort of
She's a very capable person, but you really have to ask her about that. But I don't particularly. I think I met with I met with a man who's a very rational person. I met with a man who really wants to see New York be great again. And I can say again, because New York was great. When I'm meeting.
And Mamdani plays him pretty well. I mean, he agrees when he needs to agree, and then he doesn't agree.
You know, like during this clip where they're like, Mamdani, you've called the president fascist, and he's like, Trump is like, yeah, go ahead and call me fascist. I'm fine with that.
Your comment calling the president a fascist, and your answer was, both President Trump and I have been clear about our positions and our views. Are you affirming that you think President Trump is a fascist?
I've spoken about...
That's okay. You can just say yes. Okay. It's easier. It's easier than explaining it. I don't mind.
And Mr. President, I wanted to ask about your comment calling the president...
Yeah. The fact that Trump just openly lets Mamdani call him a fascist is a bit of a red flag on Trump's part, because it's like, why are you letting him call you that unless you know you are one? But this whole meeting was just like such a bizarre event where this Democratic Socialist mayor of New York City met with the far-right authoritarian fascist Republican president, and it went incredibly well, better than most meetings go. I mean, look at how strong Mamdani looks in this room versus what who was it that was in there? Wasn't it Gretchen Whitmer? Wasn't it her that went to the White House and they like bombarded her and she like covered her face and had this whole embarrassing like media moment where she's like, oh my god, I can't believe as a liberal Democrat I've been caught in the executive branch of the government meeting with the president. Like, I think it was Gretchen Whitmer. Let me look, because I haven't heard anything about her since all of this went down, so let's see. Gretchen Whitmer White House visit. Was it her? Yeah, this photo right here. So embarrassing, bro. You know, it's like, what a way to convey strength. Just let them take your photo, dude. Like, fuck. Just let them take your photo. Like, this got more media play than anything. Yeah, this alone got way more media play than anything she was advocating for. And, you know, like, her doing that completely distracted from, like, what she went there to actually accomplish. Mamdani being cool, collected, chill. Everybody's talking about the fact that he got to basically get praised by the president for his socialist ideas. And, you know, there wasn't really much of a victory for conservatives in that room that day. So, you know, instead of going into the White House and being like, fuck you, Donald Trump, and they get into a big fight, and Mamdani's like, get these cameras out of my fucking face. Instead of that, he's cool and collected, gets Trump to basically agree on everything that he's saying.
We were having some telltale signs of problems. We had a mayor that was not doing a great job, but still.
This is him talking about Eric
along,
Adams.
And it went bad. It really went, you know, pretty bad. And he can, I think it's been at lower points, but it went pretty bad. I think he can bring it back. Now the question is, will he bring it back all the way? Will he bring it back greater than ever before, which is, I guarantee, that's his wish. I think he wants to make it greater than ever before. And if he can, we'll be out there cheering. I'll be cheering for him. Okay? Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you very much. Oh, no, I care very deeply about Jewish safety, and I look forward to rooting out anti-Semitism across the five boroughs and protecting Jewish New Yorkers and every New Yorker who calls the city home.
Pumps out an anti-Semitism. Like, pumps out an answer to anti-Semitism real fast during that. I think Trump might be jealous of like Mamdani's media training. How questions just bounce off of him like that. How he has such good answers for every question. He might be a little jealous. Here's a photo they took together at the White House. Okay, never mind. That photo's gone, I guess. What the fuck?
Okay, well, I had the photo of Mamdani and Trump next to FDR, and it got deleted. So here, I'm just gonna pull it up on Google, I guess. Yeah, Zohran Mamdani and Donald Trump took a photo in front of the portrait of FDR, and he even got Donald Trump to praise FDR. He even got him to praise FDR in the Oval Office. I don't have that clip, but I saw it. And, I mean, when was the last time you saw an American president from the Republican side praising FDR? Like, that's unheard of. Because FDR is the complete opposite of what the Republicans are. FDR is a New Deal Democrat. He created the New Deal, so yeah, he's a New Deal fucking Democrat. And he created all of these social safety nets that the Republicans want to cut. You know, he basically made all of the stuff like the FDIC, Social Security, all these programs that you know now as just being a normal thing in America, that a lot of countries have similar programs. FDR created these, and Republicans are the complete enemy of those types of programs. They hate it. They want to cut it. And so FDR is basically the father of those policies. So to see Trump praising FDR like that is pretty crazy to watch. Now, this is what Trump was saying the next day. Now, I want you to pay attention to his outfit. Sorry, excuse me. I want you to pay attention to Trump's clothes. When was the last time you saw Trump not wearing a suit or a golf outfit?
Do you still plan to deploy the National Guard to New York City?
If they need it. Right now, other places need it more, but if they need it, we had a very good meeting yesterday. We talked about that. But if they need it, I would do it. Mr. President, are you willing to forgive?
Mamdani has done the impossible. He has delayed a National Guard deployment to New York City. He played the game so well, glazed the president so good in that meeting, if he even did that, that he delayed the National Guard deployment in New York City. How crazy is that? Also, look at his fit. This is the main thing I wanted to... Look at this. What is this fit? And it was like a somewhat warm day in Washington at that point. Kind of crazy. But people pointed out that Mamdani wore that exact same outfit like not that long ago. It's just kind of funny. No, someone edited that photo? Fuck. I mean, it's a similar enough outfit. Damn. I mean, look at this. The only difference is like just some coloring, I guess, but it's the same outfit. Somebody edited the outfit to have a black jacket and a red shirt. That's why I thought it was real. That's crazy. Y'all can't just let them have their love story and not make fake shit for me to fall for. Fuck me, man. You can't even see it. Fuck. Look at this. Look at this frame. Mr. President, what are you doing up there? Take a little walk. is that? That's my favorite part. Is what is this? What is he doing? What is that supposed to mean? Is he adding like something here, like a dome? What's he doing? Why does he seem like he's ready to die? Why does he seem like he's literally ready to die? More ways to spend my money. It's so bizarre.
We'll show you. It's just another way to spend my money for the country. Anything I do is financed by me.
If he adds a second story to the White House, I'm gonna lose my mind. And we're gonna build it the way they built the rest of the White House. With slaves. So I just love how goofy the video would have been. So much fun if he wasn't so evil. You know what I mean?
The president, I don't think could give any fucks less. Like, I don't think Trump cares. I think a lot of people in Charlie Kirk's life care. I think even JD Vance probably cares. I don't think Donald Trump could care less. Like, I feel like he didn't lose any sleep that night. He didn't mourn at all. That's what it feels like. And what a better example than what he announced during one of his rambling sessions during the memorial.
And tomorrow we're going to have one of the biggest announcement, really medically, I think, in the history of our country. We're going to be doing it with Bobby and Oz and all of the professionals. I think you're going to find it.
He just has one of the... They all had like sort of a look of like, what the fuck is going on? Like, why are we doing a campaign speech right now? Or an administration speech during a memorial service? This really is the tacky Walmart administration, dude.
Be amazing. I think we found an answer to autism. How about that? Autism tomorrow.
Dude, look at him. This man sold his soul. Fuck him. I didn't like him before. I still don't like him. He sold his soul, man. Look at this.
Autism tomorrow. We're going to be talking.
Autism tomorrow.
In the Oval Office in the White House about autism. And
autism tomorrow. If you're wondering, the autism announcement. You hear that, folks? The reason why me and my sister have autism is because my mother took too much Tylenol during her pregnancies. Donald Trump said that Tylenol use during pregnancy causes autism in babies and advises pregnant women not to take it, despite there being no evidence of this. And he also says, quote, women should just tough it out. Because there are no alternatives to Tylenol when you're pregnant. Tylenol's the safest, pretty much the safest painkiller you can take when you're pregnant.
effective immediately, the FDA will be notifying physicians that the use of
acetaminophen, by the way.
That acetaminophen. Is that okay? Which is basically commonly known as Tylenol during pregnancy, can be associated with a very increased risk of autism. Effective immediately.
I don't understand what this administration is doing. I know why they're doing this, because this little slimy piece of garbage, snake oil salesman on the right, Dr. Oz, has some stake in some medication that's supposed to quote unquote cure autism or fix the effects of autism or something. But I don't understand what the point of this presidency is. I feel like we're not going to survive as a country through this term. That's how I feel. I think this country's done after this term. Like, we're not making it through. I don't think we are. And God forbid another Republican win the presidency. We'd be plunged into it immediately. And if a Democrat won, it would just delay the inevitable. Because you already know the Democrats not going to fix anything at all.
Immediately, the FDA will be notified.
We already watched that clip, but yeah.
Said, well, let's see how. I said, well.
I said, yeah. Acetaminophen. Nobody ran that through him before that press conference.
Country's going through what this country's going through, what parts of the world are going through. And I will say there are parts of the world that don't take Tylenol. I mean, there's a rumor, and I don't know if it's so or not, that Cuba, they don't have Tylenol because they don't have the money for Tylenol, and they have virtually no autism, okay? Tell me about that one. And there are other parts of the world where they don't have Tylenol, where they don't have autism. That tells you a lot. This country is going through what...
Says people in Cuba can't afford Tylenol and they have no autism. Man. Take new oh, awesome. Another Epstein joke. Yeah, we get it, guys. Tylenol actually did respond. And I feel like they're gonna probably sue him for this. There's no way they didn't take a huge hit from this. Also,
Autism, how about that? Autism tomorrow. Autism, how about that? Autism tomorrow.
such a good little sound bit. I think this shit's so gross. I just think it's gross. Like it's gonna cause pregnant women to freak out if they've already been taking Tylenol and they believe this shit. They're gonna freak out. They're gonna think their kid has autism now. It's gonna alienate kids with autism who are gonna grow up and blame their mother for why they have autism. It's going to cause pregnant women to just suffer through pregnancy. It increases their chances of mortality, of fatality during childbirth from just pain. So many things wrong with this. I don't understand why we're even allowing this to happen. And then they had parents go up there and start talking about their kids with autism. One of them has a high functioning kid, another one has a low functioning. That's what they were saying. And it's like, okay. Like, and what, this is supposed to be the big breakthrough? The kid's already born, dog. So you're just accepting that you caused this? You took too much Tylenol and that's what caused this? I mean, be so serious. That's ridiculous. Yeah. And of course RFK is the one behind it. RFK, you could tell him there's autism in the fucking chocolate in this country and he'd issue a statement. You know, that man does not care. He would rather your kid die than your kid to have autism by chance. You know. Him being like, if you give your kid the vaccine, they're going to get autism. Yeah, well, okay, fine. That's cool. I'm fine with that. If that was true, and it's not. But if it was true that the vaccines give your kids autism, then sure. I'd rather them be alive. That's the other bad part, is that they're stigmatizing it in a way where they're making parents think that it's worse for your kid to have like a strange person, like a unique strange personality and hyperfixations. You know, to think that that's worse than death. That's what they want you to think. It's just so, it's bullshit. And it's one of those, like, people that are not smart, lack critical thinking skills, don't know how to put two and two together. They correlate things that aren't related at all. You know, they get their kids vaccinated, and then around the time that the symptoms of autism start to show is in that same period that you're recommended to give your kids the vaccine. And so two things are happening at once, and people think that one causes the other, and it doesn't. It just doesn't. You know, if lightning strikes a quarter mile away and my car just so happens to catch on fire, I'm not going to think that the lightning caught my car on fire. They just happen to happen at the same time, pretty far away. The only difference is that the vaccines can't give your kid autism, as opposed to lightning being able to set your car on fire. Like, come on. It's just ridiculous. I've gotten vaccines. I already had shit wrong with me before those vaccines. But I'm getting a flu shot this winter. Look, fully grown adults, if you don't want to get vaccinated and you want to take one for the team and just fucking die a horrific pre-1950s, like, you know, World War I era style death where you die of like pooping too hard, you go for it. You do what you want, girl. Do whatever you want. Second, you start getting your kids involved, you are an utterly evil, disgusting, stupid, unbelievably fucking dumb piece of shit. Endangering your child because you're too stupid to admit that you're too stupid. Like, too dumb to admit that you're not a doctor and you don't know everything, and you shouldn't be listening to people who aren't doctors. And maybe you should do an ounce of research to figure out that when some doctor in America goes, yeah, we partnered with the Fuck Autistic Kids Foundation and found that vaccines cause autism, and so we're actually going to tell you to take this other vaccine, and don't look into who has stakes in those companies. Don't look into who has shares in these pharmaceutical companies that I'm pushing while trying to discredit this other pharmaceutical company. And obviously I'm talking about the founder of the autistic vaccine hoax, who is no longer a doctor. He had to move here to make money because he's a quack and washed. But that dude owned a vaccine company that sold every vaccine individually. And he was pushing the lie that if you get the MMR vaccine, it'll give your kid autism. So instead, you should get his individual vaccines for measles, mumps, and rubella because it would turn him a profit. Andrew Wakefield, that's his name. Okay, his name wasn't coming to my mind. I was like, it's not David something. It's Andrew Wakefield. That's what he was up to. He faked these studies and drummed up this whack-ass nonsense about, you know, autism being caused by the MMR vaccine in England. Meanwhile, on the side, he had his own vaccine company, and he was trying to get that off the ground. And then they ripped his medical license away from him, and he moved to America, and now he does talks at, like, conspiracist events and whatnot, because he's washed. H Bomber Guy has a really good video about that. Yeah, this country is so dumb, dude. And it's a lot of, really, it's not their fault. You know, you should be ruthless to systems, not individuals. And unfortunately, systems are designed to make individuals as malleable and impressionable and gullible as possible. So you'll just believe any crap they tell you. You know, one of the things they lie to you about is the whole conservative movement being like, actually, you shouldn't get your kid vaccinated. That's one of the things they lie to you about, amongst other things. Here's some bizarre rant that Trump barfed out of his mouth. When was this? Yesterday? Oof.
I don't want to be politically correct anymore. And history will never forget that it was the SEALs who stormed the compound at Osama bin Laden and put a bullet in his head. Remember that? And please remember, I wrote about Osama bin Laden exactly 1 year ago, 1 year before he blew up the World Trade Center. And I said, you got to watch Osama bin Laden. And
I was sitting in my tower thinking, oh my God, what a beautiful September 11th, 2000 day. You see that Middle East terrorist, Osama bin Laden? I think he's going to blow up the World Trade Center. I'm going to write to the international community. What even is this line of discussion here?
the fake news would never let me get
And the
away with
fake
that
news wouldn't let him get away with that.
Yes, it was true. But I said 1 year before to Pete Hegseth, I said 1 year before, where's Pete? In the book, I wrote, whatever the hell the title, I can't tell you. But I can tell you there's a page in there devoted to the fact that I saw somebody named Osama bin Laden, and I didn't like it, and you got to take care of him. They didn't do it a year later.
I love that. I love that them saying that a high-profile target in the Middle East that the U.S. government was indeed looking into, that Trump is like, you've got to go over there and blow him up. You got to go kill him. Like, yeah, and they ignored Trump, and look at what happened. It's like, no, that's not really what the government was doing. Multiple intelligence agencies were surveying this guy. They were all surveilling this guy. They all knew about him, you know. But like, there are international laws about this kind of stuff. Like, you can't just go into a foreign nation and assassinate a terrorist. Like, you really can't do that kind of stuff unless you have like a pre-established deal with that country's government. You know what I mean? There's a lot of stuff at play there. You know, do I think the intelligence agencies probably dragged their feet a little bit? Yeah, but it's not because they were like, we can't listen to this New York scam artist billionaire, you know, we can't listen to that guy. You know, we're just going to ignore bin Laden. Yeah, it's actually brave hero Trump that tried to help and save this nation from 9/11. So stupid, man. And then he also says that he told Pete Hegseth. It sounds like he was saying that he told Pete Hegseth back in 2000 about Osama bin Laden, but I'm sure he meant like he told Pete a year ago. You know, like in 2024, not in 2000. I'm sure he just worded it really weird, but still, like, why are we even going on this tangent? Everything is Donald Trump. You know, everything can be credited back to him. This is how he speaks. Like, he's responsible for every good thing. He tried to prevent every bad thing. He's this Jesus-like savior. And that's how he always frames himself, because he's a giant narcissist.
He blew up the World Trade Center, so we got to take a little credit because nobody else is going to give it to me. You know the old story? They don't give you credit, just take it yourself.
See what I mean?
U.S. Navy that dumped his wretched corpse.
Right there. That's exactly what I mean. They don't give you credit, take it yourself. Credit for what, dude? credit for nothing. Look at where he was. Look at where he was on 9/11, chilling, calling up news agencies, being like, well, you know, the World Trade Center, it was the tallest building in Manhattan. And I guess now that you really think about it, I guess if you do the math, I guess you could say that the Trump Tower is now the tallest building in New York. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that unbelievable? Like, that's what he was doing on 9/11. It was calling up some random, I think it was like a local affiliate station that he called up. He used to say, like, I was on ground zero on 9/11, pulling people out of the rubble. I believe he was there like days after the fact. I was there. I actually personally rebuilt the towers myself.
The damage.
When did this air? Oh my God, he was doing this on 9/11?
Ad hoc reporting.
That's so funny that it was literally during, like, in the aftermath of the buildings collapsing. This man calls into a local affiliate and starts bragging about the size of his building.
And getting information to you as fast as we possibly can and making sure that it's accurate at the same time. So
Donald Trump is on the line. I mean, we know him as the man behind lots of real estate in Manhattan. And of course, Donald, I understand you were actually a witness to what happened this morning.
Well, I have a window that looks directly at the World Trade Center, and I saw this huge explosion. I was with a group of people, and I really couldn't even believe it. And even, I think, worse than that, for years I've looked right directly at the building. I'd see the Empire State Building in the foreground and the World Trade Center in the background, and now I'm looking at absolutely nothing. It's just gone, and it's just hard to believe.
Donald, Alan Marcus here. Your building is, the Trump Tower, is one of the great tourist attractions in the world. It's well known universally. Are you taking any precautions there in light of what happened at the World Trade Center?
Well,
so they ask him, hey, you have a high-profile building in New York. Are y'all taking any security precautions to just in case? Because at that point we didn't know much. You know, we just knew that buildings were flying planes were flying into the buildings. We didn't know how many more buildings were going to be targeted that day. We didn't know that it was going to stop at 4 planes. So, like, reasonable question. Hey, you own a big building in Manhattan, a pretty prominent one. You taking any security precautions?
Alan, we've always had, as you know, very, very strong security, but there's very little you can do about planes crashing into a building. I mean, you look at Larry Silverstein, who's a terrific owner in New York and a very good friend of mine who I just called. I was very worried about him because I assumed maybe he was in the building. He took possession of the building 1 week ago. As you know, he just bought the World Trade Center.
Right.
And he was in his office, and he was getting ready to move into the World Trade Center over the next 2 weeks. So when I just spoke to him, there's nothing you can do when people are going to be bombing planes at your building. Now, I guess maybe the world is going to be changing, and maybe you're going to have F-16s flying all over the city, etc. But it's a pretty tough situation.
Donald, you have one of the landmark buildings down in the financial district, 40 Wall Street. Did you have any damage, or did you know what's happened down there?
Well, it was an amazing phone call I made. 40 Wall Street actually was the second tallest building in.
They go, you got any damage into your building? Note that when they asked him about security, all he could talk about was, I'm very good friends with Larry Silverstein, the guy that owns the World Trade Center properties at the time. And he's like, you know, what are you going to do about it? And then they're like, you got any damage to your building? And he's like, well, actually, I have the tallest building now in Manhattan.
Downtown Manhattan. And it was actually, before the World Trade Center, was the tallest. And then when they built the World Trade Center, it became known as the second tallest, and now it's the tallest. And I just spoke to my people, and
that is so wild. He just slips that in there, and I don't think anybody picks up on that either.
They said it's the most unbelievable site. It's probably 7 or 8 blocks away from the World Trade Center, and yet Wall Street is littered with 2 feet of stone and brick and mortar and steel. And there are thousands of people walking over the debris over the Brooklyn Bridge, where they're sending them out over the Brooklyn Bridge to Brooklyn, and then I guess...
You know what's crazy? A little bit of Donald Trump lore.
So the Freedom Tower in New York City, the World Trade Center, one tower that is called the Freedom Tower. When they were shopping around for developers to design and build a building in Manhattan to, a building in Manhattan to, replace the World Trade Center. Oh, Jesus. When they were shopping around for a developer for that, one of the contenders was Donald Trump. And one of the buildings, let me look it up. The building he wanted to build, the World Trade Center before 9/11, New Yorkers will tell you now, like, oh, it's a landmark icon of the city. When you think of New York, you think of the World Trade Center. And that was probably true, like now, and true to some extent back then. But for the most part, for the most part, is that a plane going overhead? For the most part, the World Trade Center was considered two giant, ugly buildings that created a giant eyesore in Manhattan. And, that's something that you won't really hear nowadays from people. But like back then, you asked an average New Yorker what they thought of the World Trade Center, and they probably thought they were pretty fucking ugly. Like, that's the thing, is they usually didn't like how the World Trade Center looked. Which makes this all the more funny that Donald Trump wanted to build something called the Twin Towers 2. It would have looked just like the original towers, and they would stand right beside the memorials of the original towers. Apparently, it also says it would have used the surviving exterior panels of the original towers. See, that's so dumb. Yeah, Donald Trump really spearheaded this. He really wanted these to win the bid. They were like extra reinforced on the center columns, built out of more sturdy material. They were a little bit different in design, but not really. And like, here's an article about him in 2005 calling the Freedom Tower disgusting and a pile of junk. And it's because he was actively competing with these other developers to have a piece of the World Trade Center pie. This is the concept that ended up winning out. And I know they modified some of it, but yeah, he wanted to build these ugly piles of fucking bullshit. It's just these two twin tower buildings that look the same, but they're like more reinforced. And so they look a little different. Like, look at that. They just look like giant cheese graters. And yeah, here's the Freedom Tower, the One World Trade Center complex. But yeah, Donald Trump personally wanted to have a hand in building the World Trade Center again, and they basically told him no. Yeah. I think I've talked about it in a previous episode, but there's actually a World Trade Center building, or at least one that looks like it. The Bok Tower. The Bok Tower was designed by the exact same guy that designed the World Trade Center. And I shit you not, it's quite literally like a quarter of the size of the actual World Trade Center. Look at this. It looks just like the World Trade Center, but it's just a fourth the size in every dimension, pretty much. So it's half the height, or not half the height. I think it's like a quarter of the height, quarter of the width, quarter of the length, all that stuff. It's kind of cool, though. It is like an exact replica, basically, of the World Trade Center. Take a shot how many times I've said WTC during this podcast. Every time I've said World Trade Center. You'd probably have alcohol poisoning at this point.
Remy, what?
I don't know why this dog is barking at me. Maybe she likes 9/11. I think she agrees with 9/11. Is one of my dogs a terrorist? Oh my god. What a crazy twist. We are in day 18 of the government shutdown, making it the third longest shutdown in U.S. history. The longest shutdown is from Trump's first administration in 2018. So let's see if he can hit that new record. You know what I mean? Let's see if he can really get that new record to beat out his first term. Yeah. We are on day 18 of the shutdown. Nothing is funded. I believe the Supreme Court closes to the public today. Mike Johnson still hasn't sworn in that new representative from the Democratic Party. And so, but hey, when the government reopens, we are one step closer to the Epstein files coming out. Because that's the most important thing right now, am I right? That's the most important thing going on right now, is whether or not the Epstein files get released. Obviously. All right, let's talk about this government shutdown that lasted 43 days almost. Oh, what? No, they were 40 minutes away from it being a 43-day shutdown. Oh, fuck you guys. Come on. Let's talk about this government shutdown, because you're gonna see where I definitely toned down. You're gonna hear my initial thoughts in a moment, because I had to record it early to ensure that I got the anger in there. So I recorded a little clip while I was in the car. I'm so pissed about the Democrats flubbing this. Listen to this. We had all of the leverage. Look at this. We were literally fighting them for fuck. I gotta censor it now. Fuck. I can't even show this. We were literally fighting them in messaging for Snap. We had all the leverage. We had all of the popularity with this. We just swept an election. I say we, like I'm a Democrat. I'm really not. The Democrats swept the election. They were winning the messaging. They had all the leverage going into the holiday season, where the Trump administration announced they would have to start cutting down on how many flights can go out. That's big. And then at the end of all of it, Chuck Schumer throws it all away. This fucking dog, dude. Chuck Schumer throws all of it away at the last second. Gives up all of our leverage. There we go. Let me just play my audio clip. I just want to play the audio clip of my initial anger.
Point. And then at the last second, this spineless fucking coward, cuck. I keep seeing people call him Cuck Schumer, which is pretty funny. But this spineless cuck throws these 8 Democrats into the shark-infested waters. And then at the last second goes, I don't think I'm going to vote for this. I think I'm going to vote no. To, wipe his hands clean of any wrongdoing in this situation. It's fucking cowardly. It's a bitch move. Total bitch move. And, of course, it's the usual candidates. It's John Fetterman fucking voting yes to reopen the government. Because God forbid that stroke victim has a fucking spine. I think his spine went away when he had that stroke. I think it dissolved his spine. Like, full on. I can't believe that Israel-loving fucking ogre is so eager to reopen the government. What is the point of him being in the fucking Senate, dude? What is the point? Oh my God, I can't wait until Pennsylvania votes him out. Oh my God. It blows my mind. I think Alyssa Slotkin was on that list too. Just the CIA plant that did the Democratic response to the fake State of the Union at the beginning of the year that I talked about. I think she was also one of the people that voted yes to reopen the government. And of all the, you know, when you're being outflanked by Rand Paul, you know there's fucking issues. When you're being outflanked by Rand fucking Paul. Unbelievable. I mean, what is even the point of Chuck Schumer's job? Why is he even the leader of the Democratic Party if he keeps absolutely ass-fucking the Democrats every step of the way? He didn't bother to filibuster that big, beautiful bill at the beginning of the year. Didn't even bother to try to continue the government shutdown. And better yet, this is the best part. This was the big fuck you on top. The big fuck you on top. It was him going, the Republicans agreed to take a vote on the ACA later in December. They're not gonna fucking do that! Are you stupid? Are you actually stupid? It's bullshit, dude. I don't know what corporate donor is paying him off. I'm sure there's some pharmaceutical donor that's paying his ass off. I'm sure Pfizer or whatever the fuck is paying him a big fat check for this. I'm sure they are. What's going on? Everybody's like diverting. Nobody picked the right lane on this intersection. Dude, I guarantee you some big fucking pharma donor donated to him, and that's why he went, we're gonna, reopen the government, and, I don't know what kind of New York accent this is. Hey, we're gonna reopen the government, and, we got a little pinky promise that they're gonna go for an ACA vote in December, which Mike Johnson already said like 4 days ago, by the way, as of me recording this, already said like 4 days ago that there is no chance in hell that he's going to go for an ACA vote down the line. There's no way something like that is bound to pass the House. He already guaranteed that that's not going to happen. I can't fucking believe this right now. We just went through a historic 40-day shutdown. All of the messaging was that the Republican Party was the cause of this shutdown. That was the messaging that everyone had gotten on board with at this point. Everybody had pretty much agreed, like overwhelmingly, the American people were polled as saying that this is Trump's fault, the Republicans' fault. Democrats had every upper hand. We even swept the electoral system this past election cycle. We swept across the board because of it. I guarantee you the government shutdown showed the American people that there was still some fight left in them, left in the Democratic Party. And that's why they voted the way that they did. Because people are sick of the Trump administration. And right after the election, they just throw it all away. I mean, literally, this is just intentionally grounding the ball, if you follow football metaphors. This is just Chuck Schumer grounding the ball on purpose. For no fucking reason. Nothing to gain. Like, literally everything to lose. A little pinky promise that the ACA will get a vote later in December. Yeah, they did concede on some stuff, but not the big stuff. People's premiums on the Affordable Care Act are going to go out the fucking roof, dude. This is going to make about 15 million Americans suffer. And for what? Oh, Chuck Schumer just wants to Hey guys, Chuck Schumer here. I just want to reopen the government for no fucking reason. I have no reason to reopen it other than I really want to lose my re-election campaign next year. I'm kind of falling into the Trump voice. Other than he just wants to lose his re-election next year. I guess that's what it is. Somebody needs to primary Chuck Schumer. Oh my God, it'd be awesome if AOC did primary him. Somebody needs to primary Hakeem Jeffries because he's a complete, absolute fucking failure of a House member, of a Democratic Party leader in the House. We need to get the New Yorkers out of this government. Get them out of the party leadership. I mean, holy fucking shit, man. How many more signs do we need that the New Yorkers leading the Democratic Party right now are failing? They're absolutely failing. Oh my God. Primary Kathy Hochul, because, fuck her. She's the last terrible thing that Cuomo has given us. Primary Chuck Schumer and put a fucking Senate leader with a spine in the Senate. And primary Hakeem Jeffries, because we don't need him anymore in the House. Get him out. Anyway, that's what I think. That's what I think from the car right now in this moment. Because I'm not going to have the same energy when I go to record. So those are my thoughts on it right now as of Monday, November 10th.
Wow, good job, Dane. Thank you for that. But yeah, those were my initial thoughts. And since then, I've watched the clip where the party whip,
Mr. President,
is going on and on about, their reassurances that they will get the ACA vote, which will not happen, by the way.
after a record government shutdown of 41 days and 14 roll calls failing to reopen it, the situation was clear. Donald Trump and the Senate Republican leadership were unwilling to do anything to reduce skyrocketing health insurance premiums.
Sure. Yeah, we basically just gave up because they, quote unquote, weren't willing to do anything. Sure. Oh my God. Oh, and then here's Hakeem Jeffries' response to all of this.
Waged a battle on behalf of the American people. First of all, Donald Trump and Republicans are the ones who shut the government down. They have the House, the Senate, and the presidency. And the American people know it. And that's been the case for 7 consecutive weeks.
But, at the end of the day, you didn't get what you want, so was it worth waging this fight?
At the end of the day, the fight lives on.
What is it?
At the end of the day, the fight lives on. Wow. Nice one, guys. At the end of the day, the fight lives on. What fight? You gave up the fight. You threw up the white flag immediately. Like, what was the point of the 40-day shutdown? Of the 43-day shutdown if you weren't going to actually get anything out of it? During the shutdown, Trump started promising $2,000 a person, not including high-income people, paid for by all of the tariff stimulus money. That's never going to happen, It's not going to happen because there's no money there to pay everybody all that. Mike Johnson already came out and said he's not going to support an ACA vote. If it makes it to the House, they will not pass it. Duh. I mean, come on. We already knew that was going to happen. So then the question comes into play. Should Chuck Schumer remain the leader of the Democratic Party? And the answer should be no. But of course, Hakeem Jeffries ends up going on Aaron Parnas's, show or whatever he does, and ended up being like, yeah, he should remain the party leader.
A lot of folks are frustrated with Chuck Schumer's leadership in the United States Senate. At this time, do you believe that Senator Schumer should remain as minority leader?
Yes, I think that Chuck Schumer has held the line during this 7
Held the line? Held the line? He gave up. He gave up. He let it go. If Chuck Schumer, let's say he didn't let it go. Let's say this wasn't his idea, which it was his idea. But let's imagine a world far out into space a magical, mythical world where Chuck Schumer had nothing to do with this, and it was 8 rogue centrist Democrats that voted to reopen the government. Let's say that's the case. Then that makes Chuck Schumer an ineffective party leader. If he can't wrangle the party together to have one strong, unified message, he's not a good party leader. He's not. And that's something that a lot of people recognize that apparently the Democrats and Congress don't recognize. Something that they just don't care about, really. I'm sure they recognize it. I'm sure they don't even care. Now, Chuck Schumer did orchestrate reopening the government here. So this magical, mythical world doesn't exist. But, yeah, if Chuck Schumer can't whip the party into shape, when we have only 47 senators in the Senate who align with the Democratic Party to some extent, you know, if he can't even get those guys in line during a minority rule in the Senate, he's an ineffective party leader. The only hope we even have on the horizon is that Nancy Pelosi is leaving the House, which means nothing right now because Hakeem Jeffries is the House leader. Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries should both either resign or step down as party leader because they're both ineffective as party leaders. And this guy never has anything useful to say. Like, he says a lot of words and nothing of substance comes out. So
held Senate Democrats together.
A 7-week fight to throw it all away.
Continues to strongly oppose this effort by Republicans to enact a spending bill that doesn't meet the needs of the American people as it relates to extending the Affordable Care Act tax credits. He voted no on.
Yeah, this is exactly why Chuck Schumer voted no, by the way. In case people are wondering, oh, well, out of the 8 Democrats, Chuck Schumer wasn't one of them. He voted no so they could do this. So they could do their messaging around 8 rogue centrist Democrats, reopen the government. And, Chuck Schumer bravely voted no. You'll actually see this on a Axios article that came out where, as usual, time and time again, guys, you don't understand. The Democrats were privately fighting for you, but publicly they were spineless cowards. You know, they did the same thing with Kamala Harris. They said privately she disagreed with Biden on Gaza and, held all these strong, unique beliefs separate from Biden. But then out in public, she was campaigning and messaging as basically just Biden in another body. So, what good this does, where Schumer's privately fighting the good fight, guys. He's fighting the good fight. It doesn't matter. It doesn't bring anything to the table. Nothing of substance happens here. Oh, here. I'll show this, though. Here's the photo of me. Here's me in Rome, Georgia. Because this is right after the Pope died. In Rome. Where's the Pope? I know proof that I go outside. But is that really the live feed? What? Why did it just do that? Critical. Oh shit. Probably not the best idea that I'm in here. But I haven't heard the siren go off. I'm just getting it on my phone. Okay, I am very unsure of what to do. I'm gonna go.
Okay. I'm hearing reports that the tornado is not in this region. Wow. I cannot believe this right now. So apparently it's in a different part of the town, is what I'm being told. I can't believe this, dude. I was literally just gonna do the podcast like normal. Whoa. No way. I can see it on my radar. I'm updating people. Sorry this is such a chaotic episode. I was like, oh yeah, I'll just go home, record the episode. No big deal. Nope. There's apparently a tornado headed straight for the city over, and I almost got caught in it. If I had stayed a little longer, then I would have been caught up in it. If I had stayed at work a little longer. Damn. Okay, let's continue like normal until something happens. This is going to be really fun.
I just want you to imagine how it felt opening the fridge to get some shitty leftovers.
Already, I hate TikToks like this. I really do. I really do dislike the, like, let me tell you how I felt when I opened the fridge. And it's just, you're about to hear the, like, most boring story of all time, right? Dang, maybe this is the light. No, I'm going to turn it back down. You're about to hear the most boring story of all time. And it's a story that nobody needed to know. I really do hate TikToks like this. And there's going to be follow-ups to this that I'm going to show you. And I'll also even show you this one, which is how much the egg cost. Because that one's crazy too. Can I open anything in a new tab? Oh my gosh. Hello? Anyway, I don't want to get ahead of myself.
And finding this.
There's already a crack in it. She's now touching her roommate's Louis Vuitton purse, which I'm just now realizing. The roommate had already started eating it. So this is officially food now. This isn't like oh, they got a purse, a chocolate purse, and this is like a gift that they're cherishing. They've started eating it, it seems. So already, I don't like what's going on here.
A Louis. Oh my god. Oh my god. I just broke the chocolate purse. I just broke the chocolate purse that my roommate was gifted on a first date. Oh my god. Okay, I have to stop the video now.
This feels staged. But all the comments, like, agree. Not that I can see them, I guess. All the comments seem to pretty much agree that this is the most annoying, type of roommate. Dang, a lot of the negative comments have been buried now. So let's go to her account. This woman.
Here with my homie.
What? She got sponsored to get another one? Dude, let me be a piece of shit. Please, please! Can I...
please, I beg of you, let me be a horrible person. Please. I need free stuff. Is this what it takes to get free stuff? Is being a horrible person. Please.
At the Louis Vuitton store in Manhattan.
Oh my gosh. Come on, dude. Here's the part 2 video.
Okay, good morning.
She drops the chocolate purse she drops the purse that the roommate clearly started eating. This has to be fake. That the roommate had clearly started eating. Picks it up off the floor and decides to eat it?
Okay, good morning from me. This is not my roommate. This is my roommate's friend who's staying with us.
Yes.
My roommate and I are having a little bit of a kerfuffle. I'm totally kidding. But listen, you are going to get a part 3 of me and Avery.
Yes.
Does she record all of this in like one day? I am such a petty little freak. I'm really like, damn, she's wearing these big ass annoying glasses. She's in a robe and all that. Like, it looks like she recorded this the same day.
Hashing it out.
This has to be
But
rage
until
bait.
then, this is the broken up purse. And we're trying the middle part, which is hazelnut. I already tried it, but I'm going to try it again.
I'm assuming this didn't, I guess it's the inside, so it didn't make contact with the ground.
I don't know.
If it did, I don't really care.
Cheers.
5-second rule. It's good.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god. Nice and crunchy texture.
The handle I thought was good, but honestly...
She tried the handle? I haven't watched this whole video. I like had to click off. I didn't know she tried... Ow. I just bit my lip, dude. This is what I get for being a little bitch. Little petty little drama bitch. Is somehow I bite like right here. How? It's Pride Month. I shouldn't be treated like this. I'm almost out of water, too. Ugh.
A little bit like Hershey's.
I'm assuming that this is the same as like the Hershey's.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
It's giving Willy Wonka.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god, I want to... I want to... I want to take myself out. Yeah, I love all the people being like, this has to be rage bait. Because it has to be, dude. It has to be. It has to be like fake.
I don't care that you're not feeling
Since when has she started doing that? I guess she's always done this? This has to be like promo. Wait. Wait a minute. Conspiracy time. So damn, why is it getting darker and darker on my camera? Jesus. Conspiracy time. Hear me out. Hear me out. She did all this as promo for her taller toddlers show. And all of this has actually been fake.
Wait, no.
Yeah, little does she know she's about to break a chocolate purse.
I'm so sorry. Like, it's a Friday night at 8:14 p.m. I'm in a matching...
She did this at night. You were going to get shitty leftovers at night.
sweat set. I'm reading a book influenced by Jennifer Aniston. She posted it and I just had to go buy it. I have my Barefoot Dreams blanket. My Aura ring is charged. I have a burger burger and fries on the way.
Wait! I think I just cracked the code. I have a burger. It's 8 o'clock at night. You have a burger and fries on the way. Okay. Why is everybody making fun of her age in the comments? She has a burger and fries on the way, but she's going into the fridge for some shitty leftovers? Something feels a little set up in the video. Like she knew she was gonna break the purse, right? I'm going to shave my head. She knew she was gonna break the purse. And she forgot that she said in this video that she was getting a burger and fries. So the setup to the video is already fake, right? Like she knew she was going to go into that fridge and get the purse. The question is, did she plan to break the purse? Like she clearly had thought of doing this video ahead of time, the purse one. So does she know that she was going to break the purse prior to the video starting? Also, where's part 3? Here's another video. So she then milks it further, showing my doorman the chocolate purse video.
That's the best.
Continues to milk it. I'm so sorry, but this entire saga is hilarious to me. How are people upset about it? Oh my god. The most only child comment I've ever seen in my life. If my sister, growing up, had touched one of my things and destroyed it, the first thing out of my mouth is, why were you touching my shit? I'd be less upset about the thing being destroyed and more upset by the fact that the thing that destroyed it was the fact that they touched it in the first place when they weren't supposed to. That's what people are upset about, is that this is only child behavior. Is that this girl went into her fridge, supposedly, supposedly grabbing her roommate's Louis Vuitton chocolate purse. Sure. It's probably hers. Or the roommate told her to do that, or they coordinated it. I don't know. I don't care, to be honest. But like, it's the fact that she touched something that wasn't hers, and that's what directly led to it being destroyed. If it had just cracked in half in the fridge and like crumbled, yeah, like I'm sure the roommate would be upset, but they'd probably get over it. They'd be upset about it breaking. I don't think the roommate ends up getting upset, but like if I was the roommate, I would have been upset by the fact that she even touched the purse in the first place. I know this is just stupid TikTok drama, but like, come on. Okay. Show me part 3. So here's an episode of her show.
Like, yes, I know that, but I just wanted to like triple check that it didn't change.
Search history. How do you spell it?
Oh.
Now, what is a word that you still cannot spell as an adult?
Let me know why sincerely is coming up in my head as like what?
It's fake. We've solved the case. It's fake. It's literally fake. Be so real with me right now. It's fake. Right? Right? Where is part 3, damn it? Does she take it down? Oh my gosh, there's more? There's more? Okay, here it is. Avery accepted my apology.
You just need to read the cake. You need to read it. This isn't a Louis V. But
Oh my gosh.
What is the most insane?
Wow, the audio. How does the audio get worse and worse? How does this keep happening with these people? Like, how do people not know how to do audio correctly? But also the fact that this seems to be like a reoccurring thing on this show of the audio being awful. Oh, that's so funny. I'm literally playing copyrighted music. Oh my gosh, I hate this. Apparently she's making more videos about it.
Your roommate got that as a gift on a first date. Second date. She did not mention it to me. The next morning, I went in
She said first date in the video.
the fridge and saw a Louis Vuitton purse made out of chocolate
that's hilarious.
next to my string cheese. And I was like, quoi? Like, what's going on here? And she was like, oh yeah, this guy got it for me, like on the second date. And I was like, is that a red flag? Like,
I want to know who the guy is. I need a picture.
Yeah, I think he's like older. Whatever.
how did he deliver it to her?
I don't know. It was in the chair. It was in the chair in a big Louis Vuitton box.
He might be
In a big box.
In a big box.
And it had to have been refrigerated, right?
It had to have been
Insulated of some sort.
But basically,
I can't handle it. And the fact that it's only coming in through my left ear is like, I want to rip my scalp off. Apparently she made another video about it? No, not this. This one.
Starstruck right now.
Made me search all these chocolate bags over and over. Like, I need to see what's so good about these bags. I need it. Right.
And now she seems to be sponsored
here
by
with my
them.
homie Nay at the Louis Vuitton.
Now, what you will find out, right, is that the way you get your hands on something like this, apparently, is apparently, like, really difficult to do.
225-pound chocolate bag from Louis Vuitton. These videos are not cheap to make, so make sure you're following me so I can carry on making them for you guys. I had to travel all the way to Paris just to get this because they don't sell it anywhere else. It smells so chocolatey. I've never ever had some sort of chocolate from like Louis Vuitton, so I'm really
He said he had to go to Paris to get this thing. It sounds like they shipped one out to Manhattan just for the video that she made. Because when I found out this, I was like, oh, she's not going to be able to get the roommate a new one. That's literally impossible at that point. Like, you'd be spending like $2,000 to get her this purse. That'd be ridiculous. Like,
intrigued to know what that tastes like as well. But without further ado, let's take it out of this. Hopefully not break it. Oh, this is actually insane. So heavy, I can literally feel the details of like the zip line.
I mean, it's cool. I'd be curious to try it.
I can pull it down.
So I'm saying the roommate thing's not that big of a deal, right? Like, I'm going on and on about it. I think it's dumb. I think it's probably just promo for her show, Taller Toddlers. It's a cool little podcast idea. I don't care. It's like, you know, whatever, do your promo. I did like the conversation about the whole, like, it really exposed how people feel about, like, oh, like if somebody came in here and was like, ooh, my roommate's book. Wow, look at that. Oh my God, what? Oh my gosh, how did that happen? I'd be like, okay, why the fuck are you touching my books? Like, now you gotta buy me a new book. And God forbid it's the Harry Potter ones, because at that point I'll just decline. I'll be like, don't actually buy me a new copy of that, because, you know. But like, I don't know, it created an interesting conversation about
touching other people's things, and I think it exposed a lot of people's views about that, where I realized that a lot of people are just that annoying and they will touch shit when it's not theirs. And so, like, I get it, you know. I do indeed get it.
Down and it was unlocked. It's so beautiful that I don't even want to bite into it. It just feels like a real bag.
It's definitely promo, though, for her show.
Like, it's actually crazy. Alright, let's try and see if it opens. Okay, the zipper isn't real.
I do love that he goes straight for the handles.
Good chocolate. So it's really heavy. I think in total it was like 1.5 kg. I have no idea what that is.
I love his method of breaking it open. I'm just gonna drop it on the table. Like, what a move, you know?
It only feels like leather.
That's the part I want to try, is the hazelnut center.
That is beautiful.
Probably like
So
Nutella.
inside the bag, it's like a hazelnut praline, which is one of my favorites.
Hazelnut praline.
So yeah, I am gonna go ahead and rate.
I can't believe a British person went to France and survived. You know. Oh, there's no bangers and mash here. Oh, and then they die. You know. Or like a French person's like, this is for the Queen. And then, like, you know, I don't know, like revenge for the British monarchy being brutal towards the French. I don't know. Like, I'm just surprised a British person made it out of France alive. So stupid. What a dumb train of thought for me.
To a solid 10 out of 10. Shout out to Louis Vuitton and shout out to the chef or the chocolate maker who is Maxime Frederic. Sorry if I pronounced it wrong. I'm Italian, not French.
Oh, fuck off. I guess British people can do that. I'm Italian, not French. Even though I've lived in England my whole life and my 6 generations of my family are probably British too. Oh my god. That's crazy. I mean, it's kind of neat. I would try it. Just for the interior part. I feel like the outer part's mid. Them saying it tastes like Hershey's is a little out of pocket. I feel like any kind of European chocolate is going to taste infinitely better than Hershey's. So, anyway, that's my fun little detour topic that I was going to talk about last week, and I forgot. I literally said it too. I was like, oh, I have a fun topic after this one, and then after my topic I went, and that looks to be about it. And then I just ended the episode despite the topic being in the dock right in front of my face. I don't know, man. I think she's just trying to promote her show. That's usually the case with a lot of these, like, viral videos. So it's like, they're like, I host the Penis and Balls show, and it gets 40 views a week on TikTok. You know, and then they're like, oh my god, killing my son prank? And then it gets like 30 million views, and then they're like, hopefully this will trickle some views down onto my Penis and Balls podcast that I host every week on TikTok. And then they get like 150 viewers instead of 40, and they're like, yeah, this is the life of an influencer. I tortured my child to death, and I got 150 views now. I don't know. That's how I view it. Obviously an extreme example. I got a Costco membership. I bought a Costco membership. There's a lot of bulk stuff that I want from there, a lot of like gym related stuff like protein shake packs and all that. While I talk, I'm going to apply this nose strip so I can breathe. That's something I've been trying recently. I have a deviated septum now, so that's what I've been doing recently. They have a lot of like bulk packs of like protein shakes and
I can also go there and get like chicken and all this stuff. I do be working out. I do be needing protein. So we finally decided to go this past Saturday. And I was like, hey, you know, I kept making jokes about like a chicken bake. While we were over there, I was like, you know, I don't really want a chicken bake because I just had breakfast at that point. I was like, you know, why don't I get the double chunk chocolate cookie? Or the double chocolate chunk cookie, I think is what it's actually called. A double chunk chocolate cookie. You know, we're Costco guys. And then they eat the big ass cookie. Well, I never really knew how big those cookies were. I also got a frozen mocha. It's like a frozen cold brew mocha type of drink. Look. When they give you the cookie, it's this thick cookie, like super thick, and it's huge. And it's super warm, like clearly just came out of some kind of oven. I can actually breathe. Oh my God. I've been having breathing issues through my nose for so long now. It comes like straight out of an oven. It is this super warm, like thick, gooey chocolate chunk cookie. I look so stupid. It's this huge, thick chocolate chunk cookie. You take a bite of that, right? Immediately take a sip of the frozen mocha to chase it down. Oh my God. Elite combo. Elite. It's the perfect combo. Chocolate chunk cookie, frozen mocha, bite the cookie. While you're chewing the cookie, take a sip of the mocha. Swallow. Now, if you care about your teeth, or you have sensitive teeth, do not do what I'm saying. Because I was only able to do it so many times before my teeth were literally like ready to fall out of my mouth. I have really sensitive teeth. But it was such a good combo. I get the hype now. I get the hype. I didn't understand the Costco double chunk chocolate cookie hype. I give that cookie 5 big booms. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, your brother died. Boom, boom. Oh, your wife killed herself. That gets 2 big booms. Boom, boom. You get the point. Let's talk about the war in Iraq. Oops, I mean the war in Venezuela. Where they have weapons of mass destruction. Oops, I mean drugs. We've been blowing up suspected drug boats for like the last few months now. You know, because we're lazy and we're stupid and we love killing people and we're bloodthirsty. We're just dying to go to war with somebody. We're due another war. Don't you know every decade the U.S. needs to be involved in another war? Don't you know that? We just can't have a decade where we're free of war. We've got to have another war. I don't think when was the last time we didn't have a war? Never. I don't think we've ever gone a full decade without a war. And people who are like, what about the 1800s? What about the early 1900s? We were warring with our own people during those times. All of the Native American wars. And then there's some other wars with like the Spanish and stuff. We have never missed a war. There's never a war we didn't want to fight. And now we're making the case for another war. Iraq 2. You know, the sequel. The first one was so good, we got to do it again in Dick Cheney's memory, in his honor. It's a shame Dick Cheney died so early he could have seen a second Iraq style war. Now, you might be thinking like, well, we're just blowing up boats on the coast. It's, you know, we're just committing some war crimes. Right now it's murder. We could make that shit official, baby. You know, we can make that shit official. We can make it an actual war crime. And I get so emotional thinking about that. that possibility that we could commit official war crimes on the timeline and then post about it with zero consequence. Oh, makes me thirsty thinking about it. Apparently we have the capability, shocker I know, to seize these boats and arrest the people on board. You might be thinking like, well, yeah, Dane, I knew that. Prior presidents have done it like that. They commit war crimes professionally. Or I guess they're not really committing war crimes. They violate international sovereignty in a more professional way. You know, yeah, they've just been going about it a bit informally. But what makes this so special is that, one, this shows that we do still have the capability to seize a boat that we suspect of criminal activity, even though we're still violating a country's national sovereignty because we're interfering with their trade and yada, yada, yada. Basically, we seized a Venezuelan boat, but not just any boat, an oil boat. Now, look, don't you guys just love oil? Man, I love oil. Wow. Ooh, sorry. I get so just in the zone when I think about oil. Oh my God. Suddenly, I don't think this is a problem anymore. I mean, God, we should have done this sooner. You know what? As a member of the media, perhaps I should make the case for why we should go to war in Venezuela. Well, let's start off. Nicolas Maduro, or sorry, I have to make it sound scary to the American people. Nicolas Maduro, the president of Venezuela. You know, because you have to say it like that as a white person to make it sound scary to other white people. He needs to be removed from power. We need a regime change. I like how this is how you know CNN is manufacturing consent for this, because of the way they word things. Escalating U.S. pressure on President Nicolas Maduro's regime. His regime? Is he not the democratically elected president of Venezuela? Is he not? I mean, seriously, am I wrong? Am I wrong? He first became president in 2013 after Hugo Chavez's death, winning a narrow, disputed election. Won a second term, won a third term. Oh, but the U.S. questions the legitimacy of these votes. Regardless, as it has it, whatever your opinion is of Venezuela, he's the president, dog. And we have zero business going into Venezuela and starting a war. Now, this won't be like a boots on the ground war like Iraq. This will be a more tech related war, you know, with like the drones and stuff. But this doesn't give us the right to invade another sovereign nation. The whole reason we're doing this is probably because we just want to interrupt trade with China. Because it seems that China and Venezuela are doing business. See, when you put sanctions on the whole planet just kind of moves on without you and just starts doing their own trade. And then when you get all mad about that and you start crying and bitching like Trump does, then you go, well, what if I piss off my allies too? And then they don't want to do trade with you either. So then Canada starts looking into alternative buyers of like their oil. And then European nations are like, well, fuck, let's go find some new trade partners. And then the U.S. just keeps losing more and more money and more and more money and more and more influence across the planet. You know, it's a really good strategy. But yeah, so we seized an oil tanker boat. Oh, please tell me. Oh my God. Trump said, as you probably know, we've just seized a tanker on the coast of Venezuela,
Large tanker, very large, largest one ever seized, actually. End quote. That is hilarious that that's what he actually said. Wow. AG Mamdani said the tanker has been sanctioned by the U.S. for multiple years, quote, due to its involvement in an illicit oil shipping network supporting foreign terrorist organizations, end quote. So because the oil is for like Venezuela or for, as they're claiming, Iran or maybe even China, suddenly we have to get involved. I mean, haven't you heard? We are indeed the world police after all. But I've heard people be like, oh, the Coast Guard can't catch up to those small boats we've been blowing up, but they can catch up to a big tanker. And that's also not fucking true. We've been seizing boats like that for years. And we only seized this boat for the oil. Come on. It's right there in front of your face. It's been a joke for like 20 years that we invaded Iraq for oil. It's been like a common like sentiment that the U.S. hears the word oil somewhere in the world and they immediately go and make up some excuse to invade and take that oil. I mean, fucking come on. I mean, why did we even have that invasion of Iraq the first time around where we ganged up on it with all these other nations and it was like the shortest fucking war of all time? Like, it's because they wanted to nationalize their oil. You know, we re-entered Iraq in 2003 because Dick Cheney wanted his little oil company to make record profits. My God, there's some weird ass noises outside this room. Yeah, Dick Cheney. I don't like that noise. Dick Cheney wanted his little oil company to, you know, get a bunch of fucking oil from Iraq. I mean, come on. This is the whole reason why we invaded Iraq in 2003. We're doing it again here. You know, we want a regime change so we can have an American puppet run Venezuela. We want full carte blanche over their oil supply. You know, it's the whole Monroe Doctrine where we just have full, complete control over the entire Western hemisphere. Maybe not the whole Western hemisphere, but the entire Western part of the globe. You know, North and South America. It's just, oh, you know. But, you know, think about those poor oil executives. I mean, why can't they have the oil from Venezuela? Honestly, it's unfair for us not to give them the oil. Really think about it. I mean, fucking international law. That's there for nothing. Come on. We all know you don't have to follow that. They just have that there for show. You know, really what they want you to do is invade any country you want and take whatever you want. Pillage. Pillage. Come on. It's always worked out great. Every single time the U.S. gets involved in a conflict, we are super moral and don't do anything horrible, and we simply just pillage and nothing else. Don't look up any of the other stuff we do. Don't look it up. So yeah, I can't wait for us to go back to war with Iraq. I mean, fuck Venezuela. For oil. Fuck. I mean, fuck. To fight the terrorists and the gangs. And stop the drugs from coming in. The other like funny part is that the administration keeps claiming that like all of our fentanyl in this country comes from Venezuela. And like it's like a fraction of a percentage of fentanyl comes into this country from Venezuela. And it's the same case with Canada as well. When he was putting all those tariffs on Canada, like, dog, the call's coming from inside the house. The fentanyl's coming from here. It's coming from the pharmaceutical companies. Come on. Like, please, bro. Are we serious? The call is coming from inside the house. You know, the poorer people get through his policies, through his economic policies, the poorer they get, the more they're going to want to try some fentanyl. I'm just going to be real. Drug use is correlated with poverty rates. And I'm just saying, the worse Trump makes the economy, the more he strangles it, the more people are going to want to try fentanyl. I'm just saying. You know, the fentanyl extravaganza under Trump too. I'm just saying. So, fuck you, Donald Trump and Pete Hegseth and Pam Bondi. And if we go to war in Venezuela, fuck the Democrats too. Because Chuck Schumer came out on CNN and was like, they were like, do you condemn these actions with Venezuela? And he's like, I don't really think I care at all. I don't really think I have an opinion on this one. I think whatever, you know, he changes his mind so much. How am I supposed to give a take? Just say you condemn it. What's so hard? What are you earning, Venezuela money? Or not Venezuela money? Are you earning fucking like pro-war with Venezuela money? What the fuck are we doing? It's Iraq all over again. You know, you got Joe Biden on the Senate floor being like, yeah, we actually should go into Iraq and blow it all up. Here we are with Chuck Schumer on CNN being like, hey, I mean, if they go to war with Venezuela, I mean, if I got what I really wanted, Maduro would just leave his country and let us run wild with it. And then he could avoid this U.S. war entirely. I mean, what kind of response is that? That's a bunch of shit. That's ridiculous. I mean, that's actually ridiculous. Like, why are you even in the Senate? We should have just elected a Republican at that point. I mean, fuck. Like, you're barely the opposition at this point. Why is it so hard to just say you don't agree with Donald Trump? Like, at this point, most of the Democrats in the Senate and House are in the minority opinion in America by a long shot. Like, people hate the Republicans right now. You know, there was another Georgia State Senate seat that I think it was in the Athens area, or it was like near Athens. It was one of those districts. I think it was like District 112, or no, it was District 121. And this dude won like a major Trump district, like heavy hitter number Trump district. This Democrat blew the incumbent out of the water and won the state Senate seat. People don't like the Republicans right now. And Chuck Schumer doesn't have enough of a spine to do anything about it. If he could swap to the Republican Party right now, he would. If it meant he would be guaranteed the party leader position on the Republican side in the Senate. If fucking Paul Bunyan, or whatever his white ass name is, the Senate Majority Leader, Thune or whatever, told Chuck Schumer, hey, I'll let you take my place if you swap to the Republican Party, Chuck Schumer would do it in a heartbeat. I have a feeling he would. And that's just based on what he says and what he does. You know, remember earlier this year when he was like, we did it, folks. We stopped the big, beautiful bill. I took a vote and they agreed to take the name off. Wow. Good work, Chuck. Wow. So yeah, useless party leader. Completely useless. And yeah, I mean, it looks like it's pretty inevitable that we're just going to go to war with Venezuela. Seizure came as Venezuelan opposition leader and Nobel Prize winner Maria Corina Machado touched down in Oslo after she defied
a travel ban and fled the country. Ooh, wow. Asked what would happen to the oil tanker, to what would happen to the oil the tanker was transporting. Trump said, quote, "We keep it, I guess." Wow. Just really not even trying to hide it. He has officials literally going on CNN and being like, and Fox News and being like, yeah, we want regime change. Like, okay. Now, I wrote an article about this and I said, like, look, this is why they're probably wanting to go to war. This is why it mirrors the Iraq War and all this stuff. And now, I mean, dude, fuck. The price of a haircut around these parts, the price of food. You know how many times I've been eating frozen meals for dinner? Too much. The sodium content in my bloodstream is too high. And I'm getting really sick of it. Like, really sick of it. Why are we even doing this? Our gas prices are going to be through the roof. Or maybe they won't, depending on how much oil we seize. Except that's not how that works. Like, the U.S. seizes all this oil and we do nothing with it. Like, we do nothing for the people with it. This is absolutely ridiculous. That we're actually going to war with Venezuela more than likely. I hope I'm wrong. I hope he just comes out and is like, folks, I had gay sex in the Oval Office. I mean, I hope it's something like that. That'd be kind of cool. It's not going to be that. It's not going to be him being like, folks, we're releasing the unredacted Epstein files. That's what we're doing. That's what we're doing. There's no way he's going to do that. It's going to be something like a war with Venezuela. The U.S. is like literally forming a blockade around Venezuela. It's an intention to start a war. And we're also violating international law, apparently. We're also violating U.S. law by completely usurping Congress and just going right into this. I mean, he didn't even consult with Congress. He told Congress he was going to start the war, allegedly, which that's not how that works. It's supposed to be Congress declares war. The president just controls what we do in that war, not the president starts a war. Then Congress just goes, I guess we got to go along with it. So, I mean, Congress would still vote to start this war anyway. Like Chuck Schumer is probably like drooling and sweating at the thought of voting yes to a war with Venezuela. So, yeah, we have a blockade on the country. In addition to this, I mean, Dan Bongino is wanting to step down. Apparently, he's the deputy director of the FBI. Insane man. He's pretty crazy. He said he's going to be leaving in January. He said he wanted to go back to being a podcaster. Wow. What an idiot. That guy, man. You know, he was like juiced up on being a podcaster, and then literally not even a full year of being in the Trump administration, he's calling it quits. This is real calling. He's just wanted to be a podcaster this whole time. Oh, man. Yeah. Current updates are that we're currently provoking Venezuela at the moment. Venezuela asked the UN Security Council on Wednesday to hold an emergency meeting over the U.S.'s actions. A letter drafted by Venezuela's foreign minister, a copy of which was seen by the New York Times, said the President of the United States is violating with impunity and before the entire world our national sovereignty and the country's territorial integrity and political independence. The letter accused the United States of violating international law and the UN Charter and imposing chaos and destruction on international relations.
In a separate letter to the council, Venezuela asked the 15-member council to intervene and denounce in writing the actions of Washington against its vessels in trade. The U.S. is a veto-holding permanent member of that council. Awesome. I feel like the UN in general should not have shit like that anymore. I feel like it's been so long that there should be no such thing as a veto-holding type of member. Like the U.S. shouldn't be able to single-handedly strike down resolutions. Like the recent one that they did where they were like some fucking thing about like a person's like right to exist or some shit like that. Some basic humanity type of vote, and the U.S. was like the only vote no. Even Israel didn't even vote no. Israel abstained. Like the U.S. just does not need to have that level of power. That's insane. It's an insane level of unchecked power. And defeats the whole purpose of the UN. It just doesn't make any sense because the U.S. is one of the founding members. They get to be a permanent, overarching veto holder. Like, what the fuck? That's insane. What? I've already read up on the fact that the video has been seemingly edited by someone on Adobe Premiere, and that there is indeed chunks of footage missing. Sorry, I'm not showing the video because it's literally 10 hours of nothing. It's just 10 hours of the hallway outside of his cell. Like, nothing happens. Oh, a trash can showed up. Or no, yeah, it did show up. Okay. Put the trash can up there, huh? Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. I assume that's the door to his cell? I got no idea, bro. What timestamp did they say? Where'd it go? The timestamp. 10:40. I don't understand what we're even supposed to be fucking looking at here. Whoa, 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 whoa. Yeah, I don't get it. What is this supposed to prove? And they've already said that the footage has been in the metadata edited. So, that's not really helping anything for them. Oh, I could so download this video. Oh, that's cool. So they, Kash Patel and Dan Bongino, two huge conspiracy theorists, are signed on to this statement that Epstein killed himself. And Pam Bondi is backtracking on the fact that she said that the client list was on her desk. And in fact, they actually asked her about this during a press conference. Now, look, I'm going to preface this clip with saying, if you're gonna cover up the fact that you were involved in a child sex ring on a private island, if you're gonna do that, you couldn't be more guilty than Trump is in this clip.
Your memo and release yesterday.
I want you to see how he responds to this. This reporter asks Attorney General Pam Bondi about the Epstein DOJ release, which came out like literally a day before this press conference. And I want you to, and remember all these details, I want you to see how this goes down.
Your memo and release yesterday on Jeffrey Epstein, it left some lingering mysteries. One of the biggest ones was whether he ever worked for a American or foreign intelligence agency. The former labor secretary who was Miami U.S. Attorney Alex Acosta, he allegedly said that he did work for an intelligence agency. So could you...
Oh, I've heard that theory that Epstein had something to do with Mossad. I don't know anything about that crap. I don't know what all that part of the question's about, so...
resolve whether or not he did? And also, could you say why there was a minute missing from the jailhouse tape on the night of his death?
Could I just interrupt for 1 second? Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for...
Donald Trump, one of the most involved in the Epstein case people on Earth. Multiple pictures with him and Ghislaine Maxwell. Videos of him with them. They both operated in New York. Manhattan specifically. Epstein allegedly used to use Mar-a-Lago as a scouting ground, which has been alleged by a few of the victims. Like, Trump was probably allegedly on that client list. So, it is so funny that one of the most implicated men in this room immediately interrupts her answering the question. Just to go on and say, why are we still talking about Epstein? Bro, your own Department of Justice and your own FBI just released a statement about it.
For years, you're asking, we have Texas, we have this, we have all of the things. And are people still talking about this guy, this creep? That is unbelievable. Do you want to waste the time, and do you feel like answering?
I don't mind answering.
I mean, I can't believe you're asking a question on Epstein at a time like this, where we're having some of the greatest success and also tragedy with what happened in Texas. It just seems like a desecration, but you go ahead.
Sure. First, to back up on that, in February, I did an interview on Fox, and it's been getting a lot of attention because I said, I was asked a question about the client list, and my response was, it's sitting on my desk to be reviewed, meaning the file, along with the JFK, MLK files as well. That's what I meant by that. Also, to the tens of thousands of video, they turned out to be child porn downloaded by that disgusting Jeffrey Epstein. Child porn is what they were. Never going to be released, never going to see the light of day. To him being an agent, I have no knowledge about that. We can get back to you on that. And the minute missing from the video, we released the video showing definitively, the video was not conclusive, but the evidence prior to it was showing he committed suicide. And what was on that, there was a minute that was off the counter. And what we learned from Bureau of Prisons was every year, every night, they redo that video. It's old, from like 1999. So every night the video is...
Suspicious ass answer. It's literally, I do something about the way that Pam Bondi talks, by the way. Am I right about this? Where is she from? Florida? Oh, wasn't she the Attorney General when Epstein was doing all his bullshit down in Florida? I forgot about that. Oh my God, when was she Attorney General? Yeah! She was literally Attorney General during the entire latter half of Epstein's, like, whole shit. Like, after Alex Acosta, that name must ring a bell, the fucking labor secretary from the first Trump administration. After Alex Acosta cut him a sweetheart deal as the DA at the time, he was released and was still operating even while Pam Bondi was Attorney General of Florida later on. Oh my God. He put on Truth Social, what's going on with my boys and in some cases, gals. They're all going after Attorney General Pam Bondi, who's doing a fantastic job. We're on one team, MAGA, and I don't like what's happening. We have a perfect administration, the talk of the world, and selfish people are trying to hurt it. All over a guy who never dies, Jeffrey Epstein. What a weird way to word that. The guy who never dies. The guy who I basically ordered to be murdered in jail, allegedly. The guy who never dies, Jeffrey Epstein. Why won't people stop talking about Jeffrey Epstein, prolific child sex trafficker? Why won't they stop talking about Epstein? I say the guy who continuously campaigned on releasing the Epstein files. For years, it's Epstein, over and over again. Why are we giving publicity to files written by Obama, Crooked Hillary, Comey? Stop it, watch. Comey, Brennan, and the losers and criminals of the Biden administration. Who is Brennan? Is he the old FBI director? I guess so. Who conned the world with the Russia hoax. I'm going to go on a side tangent here. I cannot stand that name. Anytime he said it during his campaigns, the Russia hoax. I think that was the moment I went from being like somewhat entertained by all the unhinged rants he went on to just being genuinely annoyed. He couldn't come up with a better name. Just call it the Russia hoax. I get what he's going for here because they keep saying Russia. The Russia hoax. But it's the fact that he calls it that every single time. 51 intelligence agents, the laptop from hell, and more. Why does he keep calling it the lap? That's the other one that I'm annoyed with. The laptop from hell. Isn't the laptop from hell the Hunter Biden laptop that he extorted Ukraine for? So that one's his fault. Objectively. If that's what that's referring to. I don't know of any other laptop. They created the Epstein files just like they created the fake Hillary Clinton / Christopher Steele dossier that they used on me, and now my so-called friends are playing right into their hands. Why didn't these radical left lunatics release the Epstein files? If there was anything in there that could have hurt the MAGA movement, why didn't they use it? I don't even know. What is this? What are these screenshots, dude? Is this real? I think I saw this, but I didn't see like the whole thing. What the fuck is this? Okay, yeah, this is not real. Okay, fuck you. I literally have the community notes thing. Yeah, fuck you, dude. Fuck all these stupid, dumb-ass liberals. I'm so over this. Look at how, like, smarmy they are with how they post. Look at this. Oh my God. I'm so annoyed. I have seen this way too much. There's so much legitimate evidence of Trump and Epstein being connected. There's more photos of Trump and Epstein than there are of like me as a baby. And I still see that stupid AI photo of Trump and Epstein on the plane posted by all these liberals who think it's real. Stop muddying the waters. Why do you guys keep doing that? Posting these like stupid fake ass tweets, social posts, whatever. Stop it. What is wrong with these people? These stupid liberals. There's so much evidence to pull from, and they like have to make shit up. Stop. I can't believe it. That the only reason I can even tell that's fake is because of the character limit on Truth Social. It's so dumb. There's so much stuff to like harp on. Why do you have to put a fake screenshot in there? Apparently here's even more of his rant. Man. That's what the guy was like parroting. Good Lord. He got ratioed for the first time on Truth Social, which is pretty funny. Apparently there was a follow-up post. He like literally continues the entire rant and then gives the Epstein file controversy a name, like he does with all the other hoax stuff that he talks about. The radical left Democrats have hit pay dirt again. Just like with the fake and fully discredited Steele dossier, the lying 51 intelligence agents, the laptop from hell, which the Dems swore had come from Russia. No, it came from Hunter Biden's bathroom. And even the Russia scam itself, a totally fake and made-up story used in order to hide crooked Hillary Clinton's big loss in the 2016 election. These scams and hoaxes are all the Democrats are good at. It's all they have. They are not good at governing, no good at policy, and no good at picking winning candidates. I mean, that part's not false. I suppose that part's true. Not even suppose. That part is indeed true. Also, unlike Republicans, they stick together like glue. Not true. Their new scam is what we will forever call the Jeffrey Epstein hoax, and my past supporters have bought into this bullshit hook, line, and sinker. My past supporters. That's crazy. This is his first time experiencing a fracture in his base, by the way. If you're wondering why he's freaking out so bad about this, like usually he moves on pretty fast from stuff like this. It's because it's the first time his base has like really started it's the first time his base has really started turning on him. They haven't learned their lesson and probably never will, even after being conned by the lunatic left for 8 long years. I have had more success in 6 months than perhaps any president in our country's history. And all these people want to talk about with strong prodding by the fake news. And the success-starved Dems is the Jeffrey Epstein hoax. This is such a bad look. Also, conned by the lunatic left for 8 long years. Dude, is he trying to memory hole his entire first term? Epstein died in the Trump administration the first time around. You know, all of this stuff about like a client list and everything came from a time when he was in office. Like, let these weaklings continue forward and do the Democrats' work. Also, why would Obama give a shit about writing a fake Epstein list or writing some kind of like hoax Epstein list?
Like, come on, dude. Don't even think about talking of our incredible and unprecedented success, because I don't want their support anymore. Thank you for your attention on this matter. Make America great again. Yeah, I don't even know what to say. Here, Leah, look at this. All these photos of Trump and Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell and, you know. What is this, bro? Person's off the sauce. Oh, please tell me that this is a real tweet. This guy said fake Obama generated AI images before there was even AI. Oh, never mind. This is a stupid joke tweet. Fuck.
So if you're wondering, they still have not published the Epstein files. They keep posturing like they would, but they won't. The Wall Street Journal also said that Trump was briefed on all of this back in May, which would lead to why they won't release the Epstein files. There's now footage of Epstein at Trump's wedding.
You're looking at newly uncovered photos of Jeffrey Epstein attending the wedding of Donald Trump and Marla Maples. CNN has uncovered archive photos and videos that sheds new light on the relationship between Trump and Epstein. In December 1993, Epstein was photographed walking into the Plaza Hotel, confirming that he was a guest at Trump's second wedding to Marla Maples. And a few months earlier, Epstein was photographed with Donald Trump and two of his children at the opening of the Harley-Davidson Cafe in New York. And footage from a 1999 Victoria's Secret fashion show in New York shows Trump and Epstein laughing and chatting ahead of the runway event with then Melania Noss. All three were later spotted sitting front row as models walked down the runway. These photos and videos were taken years before the first allegations surfaced that Epstein sexually abused underage girls, and Trump has not been accused of any wrongdoing in relation to Epstein by law enforcement. But they come amid new scrutiny over the relationship between...
Excuse me? By law enforcement, yeah, so we're going to excuse... I mean, at that point you can... I guess not. I guess you can make the argument that Bill Clinton was seen with him after the conviction. So never mind. But still, like, you're not that close to somebody like that and not know what the dude's up to. Like, come on. It's horseshit. You know he had some involvement. Like, whatever that involvement is, I don't know. But come on.
between the two men after the Justice Department's recent decision not to release long-promised files related to the Epstein case. I called the president and asked him about this, and he said he didn't want to talk to, quote, fake news. Later in a statement to CNN, the White House called the photos, quote, out-of-context frame grabs of innocuous videos and pictures, and that the president previously kicked Epstein out of Mar-a-Lago for, quote, being a creep. It's clear that the two men ran in the same social circles, but some corners of Trump's MAGA movement have become critical of Trump's handling of the case, and more questions are left on how close the two men were and why their relationship soured. You're looking at...
Now, like, come on, dude. There's more photos of him than me and my grandparents. Like, let me find that one video that the Democrats posted, which I actually thought was kind of funny, if I'm being honest. Because, you know, the Democratic Party itself sucks, but they clearly hired some somewhat young guy. They hired some somewhat young person to run the account. Dang, dude, they post so much. What is this? Oh my god. Okay. Yeah, the Democratic Party TikTok account is a little goated. Like, unironically. That's actually shocking. Here you go.
Every night at dinner.
This audio is crazy.
Every night at dinner. I'll be there. Every birthday party. I'll be there.
I'll be there.
Every Christmas. I'll be there.
Insane. Insane. Like, there are so many photos of them together. I already know that all this is kind of old news at this point, because it's been about a week or two in news. The news cycle is like boom, 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 news something every week. But this will not be dropped. I mean, he literally is still responding to questions about it. Someone asked him about like Virginia Jeffrey, and I don't know how you pronounce her name, and how Epstein was abducting women and little girls from Mar-a-Lago, or teenage girls from Mar-a-Lago, and he's still responding to it. Oh, and her family's even. Oh my god, dude. Where's his answer? I want to see the raw footage. Oh, here we go.
Has a certain reputation, obviously. Just curious, were some of the workers that were taken from you, were some of them young women?
Were some of them
young women?
Well, I don't want to say, but everyone knows the people that were taken, and it was the concept of taking people that work for me is bad, but that story's been pretty well out there, and the answer is yes, they were.
Yes, they were young women? What did they do?
In the spa.
What kind of jobs? In the spa?
Yeah, people that work in the spa. I have a great spa, one of the best spas in the world at Mar-a-Lago, and people were taken out.
Literally starts bragging about his spa while discussing the kidnapping and trafficking of young girls. Is crazy. And listen to how he frames it too. He doesn't frame it like they were being kidnapped and abducted or like lured away from Mar-a-Lago. Even though that's what actually happened, they were trafficked from Mar-a-Lago. They were lured away from it. He talks about it like he was, like Epstein was stealing a business asset from him. Like that's all they were to him, just assets or employees. And Epstein was just building a client base of employees and stealing his workers. Like that's literally how he frames it. It's so stupid.
Spa, hired by him. In other words, gone. And other people would come and complain, this guy is taking people from the spa. I didn't know that. And then when I heard about it, I told them, I said, listen, we don't want you taking our people, whether it was spa or not spa. I don't want him taking people. And he was fine, and then not too long after that, he did it again, and I said, out of here.
Mr. President,
He's so proud of that, by the way. He's like, yeah, I kicked him out. Come on, bro. We know that you're still fond of him. We know that, like, we know that you're still fond of him. We know that you still don't think much of him. You hired Alex Acosta to be your labor secretary, which was the same DA that gave him that Epstein that sweetheart deal. You're surrounded by, you love the Dersh, Alex Dershowitz, Epstein's lawyer. Like, come on. And he also called Ghislaine Maxwell a fine person and that he wishes her well. Insane. Yeah, I love how proud he seems of, like, I kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago. Okay, dude. Okay. And I have to get a haircut soon.
did one of those stolen, persons, that include Virginia Jeffrey?
I don't know. I think she worked at the spa. I think so. I think that was one of the people, yeah. He stole her.
One, why were underage girls working at this spa like that? And how would he not know? She's one of the most famous examples of a victim that was trafficked. She's the one that implicates Prince Andrew, a member of the royal family. It's like, come on. It's just so ridiculous. He clearly knows who she is. He's just trying to distance himself from her as much as possible.
And by the way, she had no complaints about us, as you know.
She's dead now, by the way. The whole she has no complaints about us. She's dead. Like, she literally can't defend herself in that regard. That's why her family's responding. If you noticed earlier, I said her family responded. It's because she killed herself. Like, a few months ago, I think.
The family of one of Jeffrey Epstein's most high-profile victims, Virginia Giuffre, is seeking answers from President Trump after his comments earlier this week. Take a listen.
He took people that worked for me, and I told him don't do it anymore, and he did it. And I said, stay the hell out of here.
Mr. President, did one of those stolen, persons, that include Virginia Giuffre?
I don't know. I think she worked at the spa. I think so. I think that was one of the people. Yeah. He stole her.
Giuffre's brothers and sisters-in-law saying in a statement, quote, "It makes us ask if he was aware of Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell's criminal actions, especially given his statement 2 years later that his good friend Jeffrey, quote, likes women on the younger side, no doubt about it, unquote. We and the public are asking for answers. Survivors deserve this," unquote. CNN's chief White House correspondent and anchor Caitlin Collins is here with me now. Caitlin, his staff hates this story, and yet President Trump keeps talking about it.
And also keeps revealing information that is keeping it very much in the news cycle.
Exactly. That's the hilarious part, is that he keeps giving us new info that we didn't know before. It's so stupid. It's like a cartoon, dude. It's like a cartoon. He keeps choosing to answer these instead of ignoring them. His ego is so big and he's so narcissistic that he will choose to answer these questions, which reveals new information that we weren't aware of before, and then keeps it in the news cycle. It's so dumb. And now he's told the Justice Department to release more files. The FBI is redacting names of people who were private citizens at the time of the crimes, meaning that they're redacting Trump's name from the files because he was a private citizen at the time of the crime. And so that's what they're doing with that. Apparently they're releasing more footage, like a better angle of the jail cell. So this is something I didn't know. When I was watching the jail cell footage, I don't know if I've ever updated what I said about it, but here, let me look it up. Epstein jail cell footage. Because the Justice Department released footage of the prison cell. Yeah, FBI memo. So here's the video file, and I pulled it up, and I was saying I was like, what the fuck am I looking at? And it was edited, and there's the missing minute, and look, they even reframed the video. So like, it's obviously been edited. Like, come on. But when it goes from like 11:58 to midnight, it just jumps like a full minute, and it recrops the entire footage. Like, look at this. Video like CCTV camera experts and people who've dealt with security footage and cyber experts and stuff all say that
this is very unusual. This is not normal for a camera system, even this old. Look at that. The full minute jump and the recrop. Like, it's been edited, bro. Come on. This is the most obvious edit of all time. They even recropped it. Like, they've all said this makes no sense. And apparently they're releasing new footage that doesn't have the minute missing. So that already contradicts what they said before. But apparently they're talking about releasing new footage from another angle without the minute missing. And they keep talking about the files. And it's like, guys, this is completely destroying his base. Like, now they're out here being like, oh, there's a hostile alien entity out in space. Just to distract even more from the Epstein files. Everyone heard that. They didn't care. Went right back to the Epstein files. He went to Europe, signed these trade deals with the UK and the EU and all these other places. Nobody cared. They're still talking about the Epstein stuff. Like, literally as recently as yesterday.
The House Oversight Committee released some interesting documents from the Epstein birthday book. So back in 2003, Ghislaine Maxwell rounded up all of Epstein's close associates and friends and asked them to write Epstein a note for his 50th birthday. And this is what Donald Trump allegedly put in the book, was a drawing of a woman's body. A woman's body with his signature being her pubes. And they talk about enigmas never aging and wonderful secrets. This was written about in the Washington, or not in the Washington, in the Wall Street Journal. But here's the actual drawing from the book. We didn't have this before. We had artist renditions of what it might be, but this is the actual drawing. And a lot of people have said that this looks a lot like he meant to draw a little girl. And I can definitely see that. You know, I don't... Sorry, I'm pulling up my camera settings. I can definitely see that being the case. Sorry, my white balance is all over the place on this camera, man. Look, it's like a switch being flipped. All right, there. Perfect white balance. Stay at that. Please, camera. This isn't the only thing they released. They released the entire book. They released the check photo where, you know, it seems that Donald Trump is selling a selling a woman to Jeffrey Epstein or something like that, calling her fully depreciated. Kind of gross little joke there. But I want to go through the book, and I want to go through the parts that I found the most interesting. So you can go to the House Oversight release on this. Here. Oversight.house.gov. Let's see. Where is it? Oh, dang. They post stuff a lot. When did they post all of this shit? September 8th? Oh, God. I'm going to have to scroll a lot. Whatever. Go to the Oversight House Committee website, and they have a Google Drive link to the Epstein book. So, here's the front cover. You know, the first 50 years, one. And I think there's multiple volumes. But this was released by the House Oversight Committee. You can see a list of names. You know, Bill Clinton shows up right here. Donald Trump is right there. Let's So yeah, you can go on here, you can go through all the pages. I want to go through the ones that I found to be the most interesting. The first one I wanted to point out was the letter from Alan Dershowitz, where Alan Dershowitz wrote on December 11th, 2002, Dear Jeffrey, as a birthday gift to you, I managed to obtain an early version of the Vanity Unfair article. I talked them into changing the focus from you to Bill Clinton, as you will see from the enclosed excerpt. Happy birthday and best regards. And like, here's some stupid edit where it's like, who was Jack the Ripper? Was it Jeffrey Epstein? Al-Qaeda in South America, financed by Epstein? Jeffrey Epstein stole my heart. Bring it on, Jeffrey. Consume me, Jeffrey. Intoxicate me, Jeffrey. Nicole Kidman. That's the joke, is he put Jeffrey Epstein's name all over the magazine. Another page I wanted to point out was page 154. Oh shit. What did I just do? Alright. Page 154, where there's just like these clip art. Also, right before this is a bunch of pictures of animals fucking, so be warned. Just like a bunch of clip art stuff. Dear Jeffrey, happy 50th. Joel. Here's another one. 1983, 2003, what a great country. It's just like a bunch of topless women massaging him, pretty much. Oh, and here's the check photo. Yeah, this is just like really weird. And it's like look like they have Jeffrey Epstein tattooed on their ass. You know what? I just realized that this kind of points towards like a grooming theme. This one is just something funny I wanted to show. It's just Comic Sans hell. Jeffrey, I met Jeffrey as a client, although very quickly, even though we were working together, we became friends. So I consider him first a friend. Of course, becoming friends was inevitable because for the first time, I met someone crazier than me. He can maybe be a bear, but mostly a teddy bear. He is the most adorable and coolest friend that anyone can have. Collecting homes is his hobby. When I first met him, he did not want any construction. He could not stand to look at fabric with printed patterns. He detested Chinese curio, and today he begs for all of these. The last time I saw him, we met to review a plan. During our meeting, he made many constructive comments, and when we left, I said to my colleague, you know, he was right. He learns so quickly that soon he will be outthinking me. For this occasion, I give him all my tenderness and my most sincere and deepest friendship, even though sometimes he can be a royal pain in the ass. And yeah, this is what it looks like when it goes to the different volumes. Let's see, 165 is where the letter is that Trump wrote him, and then I had one weird page I wanted to show you. This one just weirded me out. So there's like a letter in here from someone, some redacted pages. Like here's a letter where a dude drew something that's, I guess, supposed to be boobs. I'm not really sure. But then you go down a little bit, a redacted photo, another letter, and then just a faceless photo of George Bush. Why is there a faceless photo of George Bush in here? Then, another faceless photo of someone. I'm not really sure what this was supposed to be about. And then it just moves on. Who's this letter from? International funny man of history revealed as alien in disguise. Strange beings from... What is this? Ex-president taken in? What the fuck? That's weird. Anyway, go check it out. There's a Google Drive link on the Oversight Committee's website. You should also go check out this VH1 segment that aged like milk.
Jeff.
Should go check that out too. They literally say on there he cannot keep himself out of the classroom. How awful is that, man? It's crazy that a sitting president is even threatening stuff like this. It's not unexpected from Donald Trump, but it is a bit wild to see a sitting president sitting president in the Oval Office threatening to take away a major news network's broadcasting license because he doesn't like one question that they asked. A question about one of the most widely talked about issues of the last of the last 6 years. You know, people have been going on about Jeffrey Epstein for years now. Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? Jeff Epstein, the New York financier? That's one of my favorite bits I've ever seen, is when on that Conan podcast, and they're like, "Are you talking about Jeff Epstein, the New York financier?" Yeah, it's pretty insane. And then like, while we're waiting on all that stuff to release, which it won't, Megyn Kelly comes out in response to all the emails. By the way, this is before the vote in the House and everything. When all the emails came out, Megyn Kelly, former Fox News host, shill, grifter, goes on her radio show and says this. Oh, and then also her stupid ass friend sitting next to her on the screen, like nodding along, being like, "Yes, girl, spit that knowledge."
As for Epstein, I've said this before, but just as a reminder, I do know somebody very, very close to this case who is in a position to know virtually.
Insane thing to say, like without being more specific. I know someone very close to the Epstein case. You want to be a little bit more clear about what you mean by that?
Everything. Not everything, but virtually everything. And this person has told me from the start, years and years ago, that Jeffrey Epstein, in this person's view, was not a pedophile. This is this person's view, who was there for a lot of this.
And I wonder if the lady on the panel with her signed up for this. To call to say, I have a buddy that's close to this case, and then to follow that up with, they don't think Epstein's a pedophile. Then what is he? He has been known as like this elite level, professional level pedophile at this point. What could he possibly be other than a pedophile? And I like how as soon as Megyn Kelly says that, the lady's like, like, you're locked in now. You're part of this moment. There's nothing you can do about it.
But that he was into the barely legal type. Like he liked 15-year-old girls. And I realize this is disgusting. I'm definitely not trying to make an excuse for this. I'm just giving you facts.
What do you mean you're just giving us facts? What? I'm like Lil Jon. What? Okay. What do you mean you're just giving us facts? He was into the barely legal type. 15-year-olds. Is there even a state in the U.S. where the age of consent is 15? And nonetheless, he was in Florida. A state with this age of consent that's 18. It doesn't matter what the surrounding states are. This man lived in Florida. I would assume the New York age of consent is the same. I don't know, because I don't study the age of consent laws in different states. If I know any of those ages, it's not by my choice. It's because I get to listen to crap like this. Or they're like, well, technically the age of consent there was not 18, it was 16. And so, yeah, you could just rape a child. I mean, what is this argument here? You're just stating the facts. Yeah, he's a pedophile. Under the age of 18. and you're like 35? Pedophilia. He's a pedophile. I'm getting so animated about it because I hate these age of consent arguments. I hate these like age discussions where they're like trying to mental somersault themselves through like 15 different hoops just to end up at, well, it's not really pedophilia. I mean, it's just a guy with some young taste. What? Okay, you know, sorry. It's like whenever I hear guys being like, well, I mean, you know, she was 17, but in that state, you know, the age of consent is 16. That doesn't apply to you, man. You're like 20 years older than them. That doesn't apply to you. You're going to jail. Age of consent laws are more so for like high schoolers who have already turned 18 or a teenager that graduated already, but their girlfriend's a year younger than them, or their boyfriend's a year younger than them, and like they're in their first year of college while the other person's in their senior year of high school. It's for like age gaps like that, not, hey, I found this 16-year-old who's still in high school and I'm like 29. Like, that's not what those laws are for. If you're using those laws to do that, you're a pedophile. And I'm fully willing to subscribe to calling you that. So yes, you can't just say Epstein had younger taste. He was a pedophile.
That he wasn't into for a lot of this, but that he was into the barely legal type. Like he liked 15-year-old girls. And I realize this is disgusting. I'm definitely not trying to make an excuse for this. I'm just giving you facts. That he wasn't into like 8-year-olds, but he liked the very young teen types that could pass for even younger than they were. Into like 8-year-olds, but he liked the very young teen types that could pass for even younger than they were, but would look.
He liked the very young teen types that the teen in question is a 15-year-old. And on top of that, this 15-year-old looks younger than a 15-year-old. What would we call that? A pedophile. What else would you call it? My God. God, fuck, man. The Republicans have really twisted themselves into loving pedophile. I mean, libertarianism is over, you know? Dude, libertarians are cooked. They don't have anything anymore. That was like their one thing. Libertarianism is allowing pedophilia and not having a driver's license. I mean, that's literally their top two issues. And now all they have left is, why do we need a driver's license? I mean, the Republicans stole their shtick, bar for bar. You know, my God. Sorry, libertarians. You're out. We don't need you anymore. The driver's license thing is a reference to the 2016 primary for libertarians, where Gary Johnson, the eventual nominee, was the only one on stage during the debate that actually agreed with people having a driver's license, and he got overwhelmingly booed at the convention center when he said that. And all the other candidates were like, you shouldn't need to take it. Like, it's so insane.
Legal to a passerby. And that is what I believed, and that was what I reliably was told for many years. And it was teen types that could pass for even younger than they were, but would look legal to a passerby. And that is what I believed, and that was what I reliably was told for many years. And it wasn't until we heard from...
So because the underage minor looked like they were of age, then it's like, fine, he's not a pedophile? What are we saying here?
Pam Bondi, that they had tens of thousands of videos of alleged, forgive me, they used to call it kiddie porn. Now they call it child sexual abuse material.
Oh, God forbid the woke left coming after real American patriot terms like the term kiddie porn and giving it a more, a more mature moniker. Sorry, this really serious thing that we take super seriously, we've renamed it to child sexual abuse material, CSAM, and no longer call it super silly illegal fun time with pedophiles. I mean, come on. What was the point of that? The woke has killed the term kiddie porn, folks.
On his computer, that for the first time I thought, oh no, he was an actual pedophile. I mean, only a pedophile gets off on young children abuse videos. She's never clarified it. I don't know whether it's true. I have to be honest. I don't really trust Pam Bondi's word on the Epstein matters anymore. Yeah, so I don't know what's true about him, but we have yet to see anybody come forward and say, I was I was under 10, I was under 14.
Do we need that? Oh my God. Oh my God. Let him go. We should have free my boy Epstein. We should have never released him. Or sorry, we shouldn't have killed him. We should have taken him out of jail, folks. Sorry, guys. Exonerated. No 8-year-olds on the record saying they were ever trafficked by Jeffrey Epstein. You heard it here, folks. Innocent. Absolved. Oh my God. This should be the end of her career. I think SiriusXM should just cut the cord now. Like, this is a crazy take. Even by her standards, this is crazy. I mean, on her Fox News days, she used to say some crazy shit. This is beyond the pale. This is like, I mean, this is a whole nother level of what are you saying right now? Is the check that good? Is the check they're writing you that fat? Like, sorry guys, no 8-year-olds have come out. Nobody under 10 has come out, so it's all good. I mean, okay. Oh, you were 15? Nah. That's just called casual dating. Oh, so what? I mean, he's just flying you to New York. What teenager doesn't want to go to New York? This is crazy, dude. Like, this has more knots than a fucking pretzel, trying to justify why Epstein shouldn't be called a pedophile.
When I first came within his purview, you can say that's a distinction without a difference.
No, it's not.
I think there is a difference.
Yeah.
Yes, Queen, speak your truth. This matters. This really matters. We need to be making these distinctions. Watch out, woke left. Epstein was actually not a pedophile. He was just a man with exquisite young taste. I don't see any 8-year-olds coming out. I don't see any 10-year-olds out here saying, Jeffrey Epstein flew me to New York. Holy shit, man.
You can say that's a distinction without a difference.
No, it's not.
I think there is a difference. Yeah. There's a difference between a 15-year-old and a 5-year-old. It's just whatever. There's a difference between a 15-year-old and a 5-year-old. It's just...
Yeah. Mm-hmm. The only difference between a 15-year-old and a 5-year-old is a 1. They're both children. Like, I'm sorry. Anybody under 18, that's a child. Even you can even make that argument for an 18-year-old who's still in high school, because to some extent they don't have their own autonomy. They are still in grade school. They're still more than likely living with their parents, still under the watch legally of their parents. It's gross if you're like in your if you're 20 and older, even like 20, you're riding the line. If you're old enough to drink at all, and you're like, I met this 18-year-old who's in their second semester of of their senior year, that is gross. I know that's like controversial to say to some people, but that's gross. There is something inherently predatory about that to me. This person doesn't have their own autonomy over themselves yet, because they're still considered a minor by the law. There is something inherently predatory about that to me, that you will go as young as an 18-year-old in high school, and you think that's like okay. And for her to come out here and say, oh, well, he just had young taste. He was just picking up 15-year-olds who to him looked younger, but to the general public could pass as an adult. So he's not a pedophile, guys. That is abhorrent and disgusting. I don't know how she came on here and thought this was a good take worth sharing. And whoever this lady is next to her, that's just kind of like, yes, queen, preach. I don't know what to say. I mean, Megyn Kelly has said wild shit before. This might be the wildest thing I've seen her say in a long time. To come out and say notorious, rich pedophile Jeffrey Epstein is actually not a pedophile, according to my one source who's really heavily involved in the case. I'm just speaking the facts, folks. I'm like getting nauseous thinking about this. It's so gross. Like, look, I was in high school and Jeffrey Epstein died in prison when they killed him in his cell. I was a senior, and even back then I recognized that this guy was a notorious sex trafficking pedophile. And anyone I went to high school with, if someone his age was like coming up to one of them, and one of the people I go to high school with, and would have been like, hey, want to come to my New York City penthouse and give me a massage? I did the wrong side. That would be wrong and illegal, and sex trafficking and pedophilia. So, I don't know. Really gross. Here's some clips of Megyn Kelly basically contradicting her own statements about Epstein.
Young women
fuck, man. Like, she is clearly, in her vast media career, she has clearly spoken about child abuse cases before. So there's obviously clips where she's, talking about this stuff.
might be thinking about leaning conservative or voting.
Here's her talking about Russell Brand being accused of sexual assault.
Republican. Do you think this is a good recruiting method after all of the years that we've been through where the Republican brand has been so damaged? Do you think they're wanting to sign up with a brand where it's like, hey, as I'm now seeing online, she was 16. What about her culpability? Oh my God. Shut up. If that's your position, I can't even engage in a good faith argument with you.
I don't know. It's
She was a
kind
minor.
of seems like if they were 15, you'd be cool with it.
My God, shut up. If that's your position, I can't even engage in a good faith argument with you. She was a minor. She was a child. To even equate the two on this scale is an absurdity that shows you, if you're making the argument, probably have some skeleton in your closet that you don't want me to know about.
Megyn Kelly, it kind of seems like you might have a skeleton in your closet that you don't want people to know about. She just said a 16-year-old is a minor in this clip. So a 15-year-old is also a minor. She also called the 16-year-old in this clip a child. So the 15-year-old is a child. Thus, by definition, Jeffrey Epstein would be a pedophile. This episode's so going to get age restricted, by the way. I can see it happening. This episode's going to get age restricted because of this. But I don't care. I mean, this is disgusting behavior. It's a disgusting take in general. And the fact that she has been on record calling a 16-year-old a minor and a child in reference to Russell Brand's allegations. Which, mind you, Russell Brand, I believe, is British, so it's actually somewhat legal in England to be doing that with somebody that age. But, you know, nonetheless, it's still gross, especially by our standards here in America. It's just crazy that she has a clip of her out here saying this. Hey, here's another clip from Republican Accountability on Twitter.
You feel as a victim. You feel a victim. You to people who are going to be out there, because you know some are going to judge and say you were 15, you were 16, you were 17, you were a willing participant. Again, the legal age of consent in California is 18, so there's no consenting for a 14 or even a 17-year-old in these circumstances.
As for Epstein, I've said this before, but just as a reminder, I do know somebody very, very close to this case who is in a position to know virtually everything. Not everything, but virtually everything. And this person has told me from the start, years and years ago, that Jeffrey Epstein, in this person's view, was not a pedophile. This is this person's view, who was there for a lot of this, but that he was into the barely legal type. Like he liked 15-year-old girls. And I realize this is disgusting. I'm definitely not trying to make an excuse for this. I'm just giving you facts. That he wasn't into.
This is the other thing. If you're not trying to give an excuse for it, why are you saying it? I finally have a use for this center cam. Why are you saying it then? If you're not trying to excuse it, why are you saying it in the first place? You're like, I know this is disgusting. I'm not trying to excuse it. Then shut the fuck up. Don't say it then. I'm doing the Trump hands again. Then don't say it. My God. I don't think this, but my friend who has close ties to the Nazis, they said that Jews control the world. Isn't that crazy? I mean, think about it. I guess they do kind of run the banks, and a lot of them are lawyers, I guess. I mean, fuck. Imagine that. I don't necessarily subscribe to that kind of ideology, that kind of Nazi ideology, but I mean, when you really think about it, my God, they do kind of control the facets of society. It's the same thing if I said something like that. You know, if you don't believe in the whole, like, he was into the barely legal type of thing, then why are you defending it in this clip? Why are you explaining it throughout the clip?
Like 8-year-olds, but he liked the very young teen types that could pass for even younger than they were, but would
children.
Look legal to a passerby. And that is what I believed, and that was what I reliably was told for many years. And it wasn't until we heard from Pam Bondi that they had tens of thousands of videos of alleged, forgive me, they used to call it kiddie porn, now they call it child sexual abuse material, on his computer.
Oh, this is just the whole clip being replayed. Man, dude. What a fall. What a fall from grace, Megyn Kelly, man. I mean, not even a fall from grace, really. I mean, really a fall from liberalism. I mean, she used to be one of the most popular, famous Fox News hosts. You know, used to constantly get ragged on by The Daily Show with Jon Stewart. Like, you knew her from Fox News. And then she, like, becomes a centrist liberal on MSNBC. She's at, like, the peak of her career. And then she just becomes a Sirius XM radio host and goes right back to the conservative grift. I guess liberal grifting wasn't making her enough money. So, you know, whoever's writing the checks, if you need a competent pedophile defender, you know who to call.
I think I know why he's ramping things up. Friday, homework is due, folks. Homework is due. Friday is the deadline for... Holy crap. Friday is the deadline for the Epstein files from the DOJ to officially be released. And... this is weird. And, you know, I think they're scared. Genuinely, I think they're scared. Yeah. I think the Trump administration is a little afraid of what might come out in these files. Now, that is if they don't absolutely cover it in redactions or just flat out refuse to release them. But I think because it'll be highly talked about at that point, they're trying to distract you with this offensive against Venezuela. As long as this continues, you will never have health care. You will never have affordable housing. Never have public transit. You will be stuck in traffic for a third of your life. You will work until you die. You will probably eventually become a slave to a business owner if things continue this way. You will never be able to live a happy life like the elders before you. You'll never be able to make it to retirement age. And if you do, you're going to be working until you're dead. You'll never be able to afford going to the doctor. You'll probably die from some illness because you can't afford it. I mean, that's just some of the things that will happen. You won't be able to afford food anymore, I'll tell you that. Just some of the things that will occur. You know, without any realistic changes in the way that our government works in anything. Here's another photo. Here's the President of the United States with a bunch of women. This photo's in the Epstein House Oversight Committee files. We're also still waiting on the release of the grand jury files from, you know, the Florida case in 2007. Here's Noam Chomsky with Steve Bannon in these files. Presumably Epstein took this photo based on some of the other photos. What's going on here? Why is he doing this? You know, why is he hanging out with Steve Bannon? I've never really been a big fan of Noam Chomsky anyways, so I don't really, this doesn't really affect me all that much. Here's a previously released photo of Alan Dershowitz with Jeffrey Epstein. This photo's been released before by a publication, but obviously it's part of the House Oversight files that were given to them by the subpoena on the Epstein estate. I saw a lot of Republicans trying to be like, some of these photos have been released before, man. And I think it's like 2 or 3. It's like that House Oversight Committee, I believe, has tens of thousands of photos, like a lot to go through. And this is just some of them. So, like, who cares if a couple of them have been released before? Which one? What was the other one that they were like, this one's been released before? Guys, this one's been released before. See, these aren't new. They were trying to community note me on Twitter. Let me see if that community note ever went through. I think it'll be the first time I've ever been successfully community noted. See, I posted the link. Yeah. Okay, it never successfully did it. Here's the community note. Any note with the Dropbox link. Senior journalists at BBC verify only some of the 19 photos released by Democrats on the House Oversight Committee appear to be new. Some have been around for years. For example, these photos are not new. Who cares? See, this one, the one with Prince Andrew. Okay. The one with Alan Dershowitz. Okay. And oh, this one. Yeah, because I know I've seen this one before. With a Victoria's Secret model. Okay. Who cares? Those aren't even like the worst of the photos. We're just going to start community noting these posts because of nitpicks. We're not going to acknowledge the photo of Trump with the girls, or we're not going to acknowledge, like, you know, the photos with Steve Bannon, or I don't know, one of the more damning ones, which this one's not too damning, but one of the more like notable ones is this autographed photo of Bill Clinton. I mean, come on. Holy crap, this dude wrote a fucking novel in the comments. If you're writing a novel in the comments on Dropbox, you've lost the plot. Holy crap. Jesus Christ. Yeah, Nate Coleman writing all this shit about Trump being innocent. Holy shit, dude. Novelist over here. Here's a cute little selfie with Epstein and Steve Bannon. Hey, taking a selfie with my boo. Just a little cheeky selfie with my boo. This photo has to be like from the year that he died, right? He looks so like old in this photo. He just looks like how he did the year that he died. I feel like this is probably one of the last photos of him. Like, there's no way. I don't know. I guess we'll see when they drop another fucking 2 photos next week. I wish they would just start dropping them like crazy. I know that they have to like redact victims, but I wish they would just start rapid firing them off. They need to speed that up a little bit. Here's a photo of former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Barak. Yeah, like that one guy has a point. Hey, Ghislaine, wouldn't it be funny if I just randomly took a photo of this guy on his phone? Yeah, this guy is Ehud Barak, the former Prime Minister of Israel. Like, come on. Oh my god, there's an anti-Semite in the fucking comments, dude. Jesus. But yeah, I mean, is that not fishy with all the news about like Mossad agents staying at Epstein's properties or Epstein's suspicious connection with Israel? I mean, there's just a photo of him and Ehud Barak, or of Ehud Barak in like his, what I presume to be one of his residencies. So, I don't know, man. Oh yeah, Woody Allen's in some of these. I believe Bill Gates is in one of these. Where's he at? Yeah, sorry, some of these are sideways, by the way. Yeah, here's Bill Gates. Here's some businessman. And then here's like another photo of Donald Trump. Yeah, I mean, you can go find these photos. Here's Epstein, you know. Yeah. You can go find these photos. This one's kind of funny. I'm huge. I'm huge. Yeah. Woody Allen and Epstein, circle jerk buddies. Jesus. What is wrong with this John Doe guy? There's a reason why he had to put John Doe, by the way, on his account name, because he'd probably get fucking eviscerated at his job for saying shit like that. Why do y'all have to bring anti-Semitism into it? Why can't y'all just criticize that there's a notorious sex predator, child trafficker, and notorious adopted daughter marrying child predator Woody Allen talking to each other on like a film set? I mean, come the fuck on. Why do you have to bring in like in anti-Semitism on that? There's so much to work off of. You don't have to be racist with it. Yeah. So there you go. There's the new batch of Epstein files. Hopefully we'll get the real thing on Friday, but I kind of doubt it. I just realized this comes out on Friday, so hopefully we got the real thing today. I hope. You know, one can hope. I guess this is like the pedophile version of that Situation Room photo when they killed Osama bin Laden. This is like the pedophile version of that. Holy crap. Do you see that? Stop trying to automatically balance the white balance, bro. Just make me orange. Shit. Make up your mind. Yeah, this is like the pedophile version of the Situation Room photo. This one's even worse. This one's like a 1-to-1. Oh my god. I hope you guys know what I'm talking about. Oh my god. This fucking photo, man. This is like the most famous photo of the Situation Room of all time. This photo right here. Look at that. Look at the fucking... No wonder this guy looked old as hell by the time he left office, man. No wonder. No wonder he aged like fucking 25 years in the matter of 8 years. Look at the stress. Look at the veins popping on this dude's head. Also, I'm fucking dressed like a mechanic today. But yeah, I mean, this is the bulk of the Oversight Committee's photos. Here's him with some women. I mean, no one's surprised. I'm glad that we have these photos, but no one's surprised by these. Give us the damning stuff. Like, the super serious, like, bombshell stuff. Like, here's just more photos of Steve Bannon. Also, hold on. What a narcissist, bro. Bro's got a photo of himself on the desk. Jesus. Narcissist alert. Fuck. Yeah, more photos of Steve Bannon. You know, here's him meeting with more guys, you know, notable people, notable figures. But like I said, the Oversight Committee is losing a lot of steam in my eyes. Oh, this is kind of cool. A map of Epstein Island. It's marked like a fucking treasure map, dude. What is that? What does that say? Fish K? Oh, that's kind of cool. Anyway. This is the weirdest building. I guess this is from the inside. But it's, you know, the Epstein Island Mecca building. This is like one of the weirdest parts of the island. And I want to know what's in the temple. Here's some kind of like warehouse space, some interior areas of the island. I guess blueprints of the structural plans of the island, stuff like that. Overall, nothing super damning. Or not damning, but nothing super like revealing, I guess. It's just shit we already knew.
I want to see like the real shit, which will not be in the form of photos. I know they keep dropping more and more photos like yeah, we're gonna, you know, look at these photos and you know, I don't know. Yeah, drop these photos. We're gonna get something really revealing in them. I'm sure we will have some super like bombshell photos, but I want to see the records. I want to hear I want to hear the notes they jotted down. I want to see what they found, what crimes were committed. I want to see stuff like that. Here's one guy posting about the thing I just showed you. Legitimately, dude, what the fuck is this? Yeah, this is pretty nuts. The Epstein grand jury documents just released are entirely redacted. Holy shit. People are posting. Okay, so this is the other weird note about the files is that they included a lot of photos of of Bill Clinton with girls, but like instead of releasing photos of Bill Clinton with girls, and that be that, almost all of the redacted photos have Bill Clinton, like where they've redacted everyone in the photos. Let's see. Those are in dataset 2, in case you're wondering. A lot of the photos of people like Epstein and Bill Clinton and all that, they are in dataset 2. So let's see what we got. God, it's so hard to scroll through these. I should have like picked some out. Oh, there's also like those infamous photos of Ghislaine Maxwell giving Epstein a foot massage with her boobs out, which is pretty crazy. There's another one where she's like sitting down in a bathrobe and just is showing full everything, and they've censored it obviously. It's her like sitting in like a Porsche. I gotta find these photos of Bill Clinton, man. God, dude, Ghislaine Maxwell is such a fucking weirdo. All the photos of her are just like weird as hell. She's having way too much fun on that island. Way too much fun. I mean, I'll show you one of the Bill Clinton photos from the tweet. Like, yeah, we know. I like how MAGA guys will post shit like this and be like, "Pedo," and it's like, yes. Yeah, probably. But so far, like, other than like photos of him with redacted women, he's one of the most exonerated people in this whole thing. Like, he's photographed with a lot of Epstein associates. He's photographed with Epstein a lot, but like he doesn't have a whole lot connecting him to Epstein other than that. But yeah, if y'all have proof, if y'all have even more proof of Epstein's connection to Bill Clinton, keep it rolling, man. I want to see all of it. You could, if you told me Obama was connected to Epstein, okay, go ahead and show me the proof and I'll believe it. Go for it. Oh no, Winnie the Pooh is in the Epstein files? Oh, fuck, man. Well, that sucks. Yeah, the thing that even got me to go and look at all these files entirely was the giant black screen for some of the files. Also, this is what I'm talking about. when I say that they unnecessarily redacted a lot of photos, you might be thinking like, oh, it's because of the victim. It's because of the victims. Here's a photo of Bill Clinton and Michael Jackson. This photo has been redacted to all hell. However, curiously, this photo has already been public for years. Here's the original angle. So it does seem like a lot of the redacted girls next to grown men in a lot of the photos appear in just the Bill Clinton photos or just the Jeffrey Epstein photos. Nobody else. What is this? That's kind of freaky looking. Epstein's infamous blue dress Clinton painting was hung in a private office in Epstein's New York home. He had a surveillance room? Oh, that's crazy, man. I love that everyone keeps trying to say that Epstein leads to Clinton, not Trump. It leads to both of them, bro. They were friends. They were friends, bruh. They were literally friends. They need the unredacted files. People are not going to believe this shit. Here's another photo of Bill Clinton. Here you go. Him and Jeff Epstein. New York financier Jeff Epstein. Here's him in the bathtub. See, like, we have no idea if this is a real victim or not, because they've redacted everybody. Yeah. They just need to go ahead and start punishing the DOJ on a congressional level for this. I think the reason why he pushed the entire House and Senate to vote for this unanimously is because he knew this was going to happen. He knew the DOJ wasn't going to comply. And he knows that they won't get enough support in the House or the Senate to punish or go after the DOJ for anything. Like, they won't get enough support. Especially because, like, Marjorie Taylor Greene's going away in, like, a couple weeks. They just don't have the votes to punish the DOJ, it seems. This is such a disaster for the Trump administration. A lot of his supporters do see through it, so ignore a lot of the noise that's like, look, guys, Bill Clinton's in all of these, you know. Trump did nothing wrong. Ignore a lot of those guys. A lot of Trump's supporters see what's going on. He wouldn't be ferociously withholding these files if there wasn't something damaging against him in them. There's no reason for him to. There just isn't. Yeah, Grand Jury New York, and it's like a billion fucking pages that are redacted. Here, let me find. What is this? It just looks like more photos of people. Probably photos of women. So you're telling me we can lightly redact photos of Jeffrey Epstein with women and victims and stuff like that, but we have to full page redact like grand jury files and stuff? Look at that, dude. This shit's ridiculous. Here. Scroll down to the bottom. There you go. It's 119 pages of nothing. That's insane. If we want to go download these, I mean, there's no reason to. really, because you don't know how much they've manipulated these files. Like, let's be real. They're just completely. You can even tell by the case numbers on the files that there is a lot of stuff missing from these files.
Coming up on the Forbidden Land podcast. In episode 146, we're going to talk about the Epstein files. The reason being is that this is still developing. They're still, completely screwing it up. And I mean, there's some interesting stuff to come out. All of the DOJ stuff came out, which I talked about last episode, but they've removed stuff. They've tried to justify that removal, despite one of the removals including the president. They've had some shit go wrong with redactions where you can just unredact files because they did it wrong. So yeah, there's a bunch of new stuff developing. Lots of responses from Ro Khanna and Thomas Massie, the architects of that bill. A lot of stuff that's been confirmed that used to just be conspiracy or a rumor. Lots of stuff that's weird and creepy. I'll give you a little preview of one if I can find it. In one of the new data sets, there was this weird video, this weird CGI video of Epstein in his jail cell. It's super unsettling, super unsettling. Here it is. Here he is crying in his jail cell. Just wildly unsettling stuff. Why would there be a CG video of Jeffrey Epstein in his jail cell crying? That is so bizarre. Unless that implies that there actually is real footage of Epstein in his jail cell. So yeah, pretty weird, kind of gross, a little creepy.